It's on. Yeah? Okay. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us for our session today about multilingualism and social linguistics. We are doing it every year, thanks to Verschik. And I'm very glad to chair this very first panel. Today we are a little bit behind the schedule, so let's start immediately. And our first speaker today is Daniil Shtatnov. He will talk about his ongoing research, as far as I understand, and one day of communication, the case of multilingual use in Tallinn. Thank you, Daniil. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So, why did I choose this topic? First of all, multilingualism is rapidly increasing in modern society due to globalization, international mobility, and migration processes. Contemporary cities such as Tallinn represent complex linguistic environment where multiple languages and cultures coexist. This creates conditions for constant language interaction and the development of flexible communicative strategies, particularly among young people. Secondly, language plays a key role in the formation of linguistics and culture identity. Young multilingual individuals use languages not only as a means of communication, but also as a tool for self-expression, social belonging, and identity construction. The choice of language in a particular situation may reflect social roles, a relationship between interlocutors, and even the speaker's emotional state. Thirdly, the study has practical significance for the educational system. Understanding how students use different languages in their life makes it possible to develop more effective teaching methods, take into account real language practices, and support the development of communicative competence in a multilingual environment. In addition, the finding of the study may contribute to the development of language policies and social integration programs aimed at fostering harmonious coexistence among different linguistic communities and reducing communication barriers. Finally, everyday multilingual communication observed within the time frame of a single day remains insufficiently explored. My main goal is creating a language map. The map will show what languages the person uses daily and which situation they are used and with whom the communication takes place. In other words, when communication occurs, in what context, for example, at home, at work, in public spaces, who the interlocutors are, which language they use, and which languages are used in each situation, participant. And special attention will also given to code switching, which refers to switching between languages during communication. The analysis will focus on how often code switching happens and if happens, the situations in which language switching occurs, and the reasons for switching, such as change of topic, emotional expression, and etc. one participant is a 25-year-old female student. She took part in the study voluntarily and provided spoken language data for analysis. Consent agreement for the use of research materials. The agreement ensured that the participant was informed about the goals of the study, the type of data being collected, and how the materials will be processed and used. Conveniently and ethical handling of the data were also guaranteed. Data collection in general, more than 8 hours of spoken material were already collected. This corpus includes spontaneous speech from various daily interactions, providing a rich data set for linguistic analysis. After collection, the recordings were transcribed and organized for analysis. The data were when coded according to relevant linguistic categories such as language choice, communication setting, and instances of code switching. This systematic processing made it possible to examine patterns in the particular participants' multilingual speech behavior. And after that interview, in addition, it will be conducted interview to complement the speech data. The interview provided contextual information about the participant language, habits, preferences, and attitudes toward different languages. It may help to clarify the reasons behind specific communication choices observed in the recordings. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
So if there are any questions, I can give the microphone. Yeah?
Yes, I'm Adamson from Tallinn University, you know me. I have one question. How hard is to make this work in general? Because I tried also find students for this.
You mean in time period?
Yes,
yeah?
yes. No, not time period. To find people for interviews for make one day speech.
About finding people, it was one person in at our university, and it was not fast, but I have tried to find some people to make this research, and only one person agreed. But it wasn't so easy. Yeah.
Yes, it's a big success for you. Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you for your presentation. So what was the language of, what language was it, the recording done? In what language the recordings were done? Maybe I missed it on the slide. In English, Estonian, Russian, Ukrainian?
In Estonian.
Okay, so that's amazing. You have 8 hours of spontaneous speech. Would you like to do some research, like phonetical research in the future? Because you have this corpus now.
Maybe.
Okay.
Anybody else? Yeah?
Can I ask a question about ethics? So if you have that one person gave consent, what about all the others that were also present for those conversations? did they have to agree also? And, did the interlocutor ask them, hey, I'm going to be recorded? How did you approach that?
If we have some personal things, I can always ask the participant, and if it's very important for this person, I can just delete and not listen to if we have these moments, because there are some personal things, but the participant is agreed to publish them. So because of the some context and code switching, it's okay. And if some anyway very important, so this person can just turn off the recording device and etc.
Anybody else?
First of all, yes, I can also add that yes, that's very important consideration about ethics, and that's what people working in these methods have to deal with. In the case of when there are personal acquaintance and people can communicate afterwards and ask about permission, that's all fine, and they can even sign some forms and so on. But there are also communication with strangers in in the shop and so on. But then it's like open communication again. It's like and absolutely anonymous, because even the person doing the research, doing this recording, doesn't know anything about these people. I mean, it's totally anonymized. My question is actually, Daniil. Were some, you had some expectations in what you will see in this corpus, and probably there were some surprises. Maybe you expected that it will be one way, and actually, I know that it's just a preliminary report, and you do not have time to do the full analysis and so on. But were there some unexpected things, something that you were surprised to see or not see? I mean, maybe you thought, okay, there will be this particular stuff, but it's not here.
Yes, it was. I was already surprised, because before starting, I didn't know that this girl speaks so many languages. I knew about Estonian, English, Russian, of course, but after that, it was like a big surprise that she communicates with Ukrainian people, sometimes in Ukrainian, in Surzhyk maybe, and one thing more is Spanish. She speaks a little bit Spanish without learning at university, so it was like I'm just a language lover. I like learning other languages and practicing them, and it was very nice to me to know what other people like languages too.
I think what's actually great about such data is that we definitely, because yes, other recordings that we have that in the same methodology, one speech day done in St. Petersburg, and mostly they are monolingual. And I think that's great that here we can get data on how actually multilingual individuals behave. That's, I think that's truly inspiring. Well, thank you, Daniil, and let's proceed. Thank you. Well, so our next speaker, who will speak? No. It's here. I mean, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 authors, but who will present actually? Okay, so our talk is now about Ukrainian refugees and their learning Estonian language, development of this language skills, and also it corresponds to our keynote talk yesterday by Reli. Yes. Okay, so the floor is yours, please.
Aitäh. Eile me siis juba kuulsime sellest, kui palju on Eestis Ukrainast tulnud sõjapõgenikke ja sealhulgas siis lapsi, kes siis on pidanud kõik kuidagi integreeruma Eesti koolisüsteemi. Ja selline suur sõjapõgenike hulk oli Eestis natukene ainulaad, et paljud teised riigid läänes on varem selliseid laineid kogenud, neil on olnud erinevaid nii-öelda õppetunde, mis nemad on juba saanud, kuid Eestis oli selline hulk sõjapõgenikke ainulaadne. Ja samal ajal ei ole meie koolisüsteemis enam ainult Ukrainast pärit sõjapõgenikud, vaid meie koolisüsteemis on ka järjest rohkem siis lapsi, kes räägivad kodus mõnda teist kodukeelt. Ja sealhulgas ei ole need ainult siis lapsed, kes kõnelevad vene keelt, mis on Eestis nii-öelda traditsiooniline vähemuskeel, vaid ma usun, et järjest vähem on terves Eestis neid klassikomplekte, kus ei oleks ühtegi last, kes ei kõneleks kodus mõnda muud keelt või siis lisaks eesti keelele mõnda muud keelt. Ja vaadates kas või oma laste koolis ringi, siis see keelte virvarr või see vikerkaar on seal väga kirju ja põnev. Ja Eestis tegelikult on äärmiselt vähe viidud läbi erinevaid uuringud, et vaadata, kuidas siis omandavad eesti keelt teise keelena õppijad. Ja mis oli meie võib-olla üheks selliseks ajendiks, lisaks sellele, et me ei tea palju, et meil tekkis see olukord ja võimalus uurida neid paljusid Ukraina sõjapõgenikke, aga mis ajendas meid oli see, et sattusime lugema ühte artiklit, kus väideti, et siis pagulastest lapsed omandavad sihtkeelt aeglasemalt. Ja nemad tuginesid siis põhiliselt sellele argumendile või sidusid oma leiu sellega, et sõjapõgenikud on tihti kogenud siis koolikatkestust, et nende on tekkinud selline pikem paus, kus nad ei ole saanud osaleda koolitundides. Ja et neil on selline traumakogemus, mis mõjutab siis edasist kooliteed. Ja seetõttu me siis proovisimegi uurida seda, et kas see vastab tõele, et kas siis pagulastest lapsed omandavad sihtkeelt aeglasemalt. Ja selleks leidsime valimi, mille me jagasime siis 2 rühma. Me soovisime ühelt poolt siis võtsime need Ukraina sõjapõgenikest lapsed, leidsime 27 last Tallinna erinevatest koolidest. Ja samal ajal oli siis meil kõrval see võrdlusrühmaks siis kohalikud muu kodukeelega lapsed, kellest siis peaaegu kõik olid siis vene kodukeelega lapsed ja neid oli 20 meie uuringus. Viisime läbi pildikirjelduskatse, mille pilti te siis nägite eilsel plenaaril. Ja me tegime selle sama pildikirjelduskatse siis 2 korda aastase vahega. Me läksime kooli 2024. aasta sügisel ja siis seejärel hiljem uuesti aasta hiljem. Ja algselt oli siis seal valimis 6 erinevat kooli, kus me käisime ja mõnevõrra rohkem lapsi, kuid siis aasta hiljem me pidime siis hakkama mõndasid lapsi üle Tallinna taga ajama, sest nad olid kooli vahetanud ja osasid lapsi ei õnnestunud leida ja seetõttu ka see valim on natukene väiksem. Et siis vastata meie uurimusküsimustele kasutasime siis kirjeldavat statistikat ja lineaarset regressiooni. Meil oli siis 3 uurimusküsimust. Esimene neist oli, et kas siis see lähtetaseme ja aasta hilisema keeleoskuse vaheline seos erineb sõjapõgenike ja kohalike muu kodukeelega õppijate vahel. Meie teine küsimus oli, et milline on siis see vaadeldavate gruppide sõnavara 2024. aastal ja kuidas see siis aasta jooksul areneb. Ning teiseks, kolmandaks, milline on vaadeldavate gruppide baaskonstruktsioonide kasutus 2024. aastal ja kuidas see siis aasta jooksul areneb. Nii, ja kõigepealt võib-olla siis nende sõnavara tulemuste juurde. Ja kui me vaatame siis tervet rühma ühtselt, siis me arutasime kokku, kui palju eri lekseeme aastal 2024 tervel rühmal, siis kõik nii sõjapõgenikud kui sellised kohalikud muu kodukeelega lapsed. Ja sel hetkel oli neil siis keskmiselt selles pildikirjeldus jutustuses 27 lekseemi. Aasta hiljem oli seal juba 8 lekseemi rohkem tervel rühma kokkuvõetuna, ehk siis 35 lekseemi. Kui me aga siis nüüd vaatame eraldi ehk neid rühmadena jaatuna, ehk siis me näeme seda, et kui me esimest korda tegime pildikirjelduskatse, siis kohalikel oli 34,8 lekseemi ja sõjapõgenikel 28, ehk siis vähem. Kui me vaatame aga aasta hiljem, siis see oleks nagu justkui tasandunud, ehk mõlemal rühmal oli 35,4 lekseemi keskmiselt. Ja kuigi need keskmised viitavad, et sõjapõgenikud jõudsid siis keskmiselt järele nendele kohalikele õppijatele, siis siiski see regressioonanalüüs, mille me tegime, et see ei näidanud seda, et need rühmade arengumustrid oleksid statistiliselt erinevad. See tähendab siis seda, et kuigi need keskmised muutusid erinevalt, ei ole meil siis piisavalt tõendeid selle kohta, me saaksime väita, et see rühmade areng toimus erineva mustri alusel. Ja ehkki need andmed justkui viitavad sellele võimalikule lähenemile, meil siiski ei ole meie valimi põhjal piisavalt tõendeid, me saaksime öelda, et see erinevus oleks süstemaatiline. Ja siin me peame vaatama seda meie valimi suurust, et üks rühm oli siis 27 last ja teine rühm oli 20 last, ehk see on selline statistikas selline piiripealne, et seal on neid natukene liiga vähem, et võib-olla kui oleks olnud mõlemas rühmas natukene 5 õpilast rohkem, et võib-olla siis me oleksime leidnud selle statistilise erinevusega ülesse, sest kui me vaatame neid keskmisi, siis me näeme seda, et seal on selline lähenemine 2 rühma vahel toiminud. Ja samas ka näitas see analüüs seda, et see lähtetase, mis seal oli siis esimesel testimuskorral, oli tugev ennustaja hilisemale keeleoskusele, mis siis viitab justkui sellele, et need individuaalsed erinevused, mis neil olid, et need püsivad ajas, kuigi need siis võivad mõnevõrra väheneda. Nii, ja kui me vaatame siis mediaani, et kuigi need rühmade keskmised lekseemide arvud olid sarnased, siis mediaan näitab natukene teistsugust pilti. Ja mediaan on see, mis peegeldab siis sellist tüüpilist õppijat ja ta on vähem tundlik siis nende üksikute väga kõrgete või väga selliste madalate väärtuste suhtes, mis on oluline sellise hästi pisikese valimi puhul, nagu meil oli, sest siis mõjutavad seda tulemust ka sellised palju, et mõnel õppijal võis olla lihtsalt kehv päev ja mõnel oli lihtsalt paha tuju või ta oli just hiljuti olnud haige. Ma mäletan, et oli üks õpilane, keda ma läksin eraldi veel hiljem testima, sest ta oli olnud haige ja see ruum, kus ma teda testisin, tema klassiruumi ja selle testimisruumi vahel oli selline kena 3-minutiline jalutuskäik ja siis ma alati vestlesin nende õpilastega ja kui ma temaga rääkisin, oli väga selline sujuv suhtlus ja siis, kui me selle pildikirjelduskatse tegime, siis ta konkreetselt ütles mulle 2 lauset ja see oli kõik. Ja ma tean, et see ei peegelda tema tegelikku keeleoskust, aga mul ei ole ka mingisugust põhjust tema tulemust sealt kuidagi eemaldada. Ja samamoodi võib olla, et seal on teisi selliseid õpilasi, kes sellel päeval lihtsalt ei olnud jutustamistuju. Ja sellised kõikumised või sellised eripärad, et mida suurem valim, seda vähem nad mängivad rolli, aga sellise pisikese valimiga on siis suurem roll. Et siis 24. aastal siis jah, see lekseemide mediaan oli sõjapõgenikel madalam, oli 23 ja kohalikel oli 28, mis siis viitab sellele, et sõjapõgenikel nad kasutasid vähem lekseeme, aga et nende seas olid mõned sellised õpilased, kellel oli hästi väga head keeleoskus, väga hea tulemus ja see osutab just sellele, et need rühmasisene varieeruvus oli suur ja võis olla ka samuti rohkem neid madalama tasemega õppijaid. Ja 2025. aastal, kui me testisime, siis tegelikult on näha seda, et sõjapõgenike mediaan on 33 ja kohalikel on madalam ehk 29. Ja see viitab siis sellele, et see tüüpiline õpilas endes pagulaste rühmas on teinud siis sellise märkimisväärse arengu ja see rühmade erinevus on vähenenud või siis see osaliselt ka pöördunud. Kui me vaatame sõnaliigilist koostist, ja see on siis aastal 2025 ehk see viimane testimine, et siin on mõned sellised väikesed erinevused, aga me ei ole suutnud lõpuni läbi mõtestada veel oma uurimusrühmas, et mida need erinevused võiksid tähendada ja kas nad üldse midagi tähendavad. Ehk me näeme siin seda, et kohalikel oli vähem nimisõnu protsentuaalselt, põgenikel oli siis rohkem ja kohalikel oli selle võrra rohkem tegusõnu ja võib-olla sidesõnu oli kohalikel rohkem kasutuses ja teised protsendid on siis üsna sarnased. Nii, ja see teine osa, et kui me vaatasime sõnavara, siis me samuti vaatasime siis konstruktsioone ja kui me vaatasime just fraasitüüpe ja verbi ja laiendi konstruktsioone, et kui aastal 2024 oli kohalikel siis rohkem fraasitüüpe 2,65 ja sõjapõgenikel 2,11 ja samamoodi oli selline vahe verbi ja laiendi konstruktsioonides ehk sõjapõgenikel oli 3,19 ja kohalikel 4,45 ehk siis aasta hiljem me näeme seda, et mõlemal on nii-öelda rohkem erinevaid konstruktsioone, erinevaid fraasitüüpe, erinevaid verbi ja laiendi konstruktsioone ja kirjeldava statistika järgi arenes siis eriti just see sõjapõgenike verbi ja laiendite konstruktsioonide kasutus. Kuid jälle, kui me kasutasime regressioonanalüüsi, siis see näitas seda, et see algne tase ennustas ette neid hilisemaid tulemusi. Kuid siis me ei leidnud jällegi rühmade vahel selles arengumustris statistiliselt olulisi erinevusi. Mis jällegi võib olla, et kuigi me näeme siin nii-öelda keskmise järgi, et seal on areng, aga et me ei tea, et kas see rühmade vaheline seal erinevust tegelikult ei ole või see ei ole sellepärast, et see valim on nii, nagu ta on. Ja et need rühmade keskmised muutusid aasta jooksul erinevalt, aga meil ei ole veel neid statistilisi tõendeid, et öelda, et need rühmad tõesti arenesid erinevas tempos.
Ja kui me vaatame siis jällegi seda mediaani ehk kõige tüüpilisemat õppijat, siis me näeme, et fraasitüüpides ei ole mingisugust vahet kohalike ja sõjapõgenike vahel ja et tegelikult siit vaadates, selle mediaani järgi vaadates tundub, et ei ole ka mitte mingisugust arengut toimunud. Ehk siis täpselt sama palju fraasitüüpe on aastal 2024 keskmisel õppijal kui aastal 2025 või selle tüüpilisel õppijal. Verbi ja laiendi kombinatsioone on veidi juurde tulnud ja näeme ka seda, et kohalike sõjapõgenikud on siis 25. aastaks, tüüpiline sõjapõgenik 25. aastaks jõudnud sinna, kus kohalik oli 24. aastal. Ja selle verbi ja laiendi kombinatsioonides on siis märgata arengut rohkem kui fraasitüüpides, kus arengut ei olnud üldse selle tüüpilisel õpilasel. Aga kui me nüüd vaatame nende andmete sisse ja vaatame eraldi verbi ja laiendi konstruktsioone või siis lihtlause konstruktsioone tegelikult, siis see pilt paistab hoopis erinev. Kõigepealt, mida me märkame, on see, et see, milliseid lause konstruktsioone kasutati, on sõjapõgenike ja kohalike puhul erinev. Ja seda me eriti seletada ei oska, miks see nii on, aga täiesti selgelt kasutasid kohalikud hästi palju selliseid lauseid, kus oli ainult alus ja öeldis. Seevastu sõjapõgenikud pigem sellised, kus oli alus, öeldis ja sihitis. Ja ka väga palju selliseid, kus oli määrus, öeldis ja alus. See teine grupp on võib-olla, see on tegelikult enam-vähem ühekõrgune, kui te vaatate kohalikel ja ukrainlastel. See teine grupp on võib-olla kõige rohkem põhjendatud, sest see on mingi tüüpiline konstruktsioon, mida pildi kirjeldamisel kasutatakse, eks ole, kas pildil on või siin on miski, et selle tõttu on selle suur kasutus väga tüüpiline. Aga kui me nüüd hakkame vaatama selle pilguga, et kas ja kellel on toimunud arengut, siis vaadates sõjapõgenikke paistab see areng üpris selge, et kõikides põhilistes sellistes lihtlause konstruktsioonides on näha arengut, et see hall tulp on kõrgem kui sinine. Sinine tähistab 24. aastat ja hall 25. aastat. Seevastu, kui me vaatame kohalikke, siis on sellised suured arengud mõnes konstruktsioonis, nagu alus öeldis sihitis, seda on väga palju juurde tulnud ja alus öeldis määrus. Kõikides teistes on areng justkui seisma jäänud, midagi ei ole toimunud, või siis neid on lausa vähem. See on jälle midagi sellist, mille sisse peaks vaatama, et me ei oska täpselt öelda, millest see tuleb, et kohalikel kuidagi see mingisuguste lause konstruktsioonide areng on kas seisma jäänud või siis nad kasutavad neid hoopis vähem. Siin võivad ka olla igasugused täiesti katsevälised põhjused, et lihtsalt juhtus sel päeval neil rohkem neid lapsi, kellel oli halb päev, sest jah, meie valim oli siiski suhteliselt väike. Nüüd verbi ja laiendi konstruktsioonid oli tegelikult need, kus me nägime selget arengut ka igasuguste statistiliste andmete järgi. Mitte küll päris olulist, aga siiski nägime mingisugust muutust, siis kui me vaatame fraasi tüüpe, siis pilt on selles mõttes sama, et jällegi on näha, et kohalikel on neid natukene rohkem, neid postikesi seal, või nad on natukene kõrgemad nagu üleüldiselt vaadates ja sõjapõgenikel tundub nagu see jaotumus kuidagi ühtlasem olevat. Jälle, kui vaatame arengut, siis näeme, et sõjapõgenikel või Ukraina sõjapõgenikel on peaaegu kõigis fraasitüüpides arengut märgata, et peaaegu igal pool on see hall post kõrgem kui sinine ja mõnes osas isegi väga palju. Jälle vaadates kohalikke, siis on see nimisõna fraasi tüüp, siis asesõna pluss nimisõna, selle hulk on suuresti kasvanud ja rohkem on ka selliseid mitmekesiseid fraasitüüpe, mis nimisõna fraase, neid on palju juurde tulnud ja mitmekesiseid ja siis hulgasõna fraasi, arvsõna pluss nimisõna. Aga need muud, see tähendab siis selliseid fraasitüüpe, mida kasutas vähem kui 3 last. Ehk siis need on sellised juhuslikud ja tavaliselt siis 3-liikmelised fraasid, et minu isa auto näiteks. Nii et jah, täpselt nii nagu nende prebi ja laiendi konstruktsioonide puhul näeme siis ka fraasitüüpides seda, et sellesse andmetesse nagu lähemalt sisse vaadates tundub, et sõjapõgenikel on areng nagu pidevam ja ühtlasem ja kohalikel on mingites tüüpides on seda rohkem ja teistes on jäänud tase samaks või isegi allapoole läinud. Mida me siit järeldada saame, et jah, keskmine lekseemide arv tasandus üldiselt, kui me lekseeme vaatame, aga statistiliselt olulist erinevust ei leitud ja võimalik, et see tuleneb ka meie piirangust. Individuaalsed erinevused üldiselt püsisid, et seal nagu väga suurt muutust ei toimunud. kui vaadata kohalikke, siis neil on keskmiselt konstruktsioone, igasuguseid konstruktsioone veidi enam, aga samas on mediaani ehk seda keskmist õpilast vaadates fraasitüüpides mediaan neil võrdne ja ka areng olematu. Aga siis verbi ja laiendi konstruktsioonides oli seda mediaani kasvu ka näha. Ja huvitav oli see, et sõjapõgenikud olid keskmises verbi ja laiendi konstruktsioonides aasta pärast siis sama kaugel kui kohalikud aastal 24. Ja seda ka nägime nendelt graafikutelt, et eri baaskonstruktsioonide osakaal on ukrainlastel ja kohalikel veidi erinev. Ukrainlastel on enamasti mingisugust arengut märgata, kohalikel on üksikutes konstruktsioonitüüpides seda märgata. Ja see kasutajate osakaal on siis enamikel kohalikest enam-vähem samaks jäänud. Nüüd see lause tuli täiesti arusaamatu, eks ole. Tähendab, ma tahtsin öelda seda, et nende fraasi või konstruktsioonitüüpide kasutajate osakaal on samaks jäänud või isegi langenud siis kohalike puhul. Jah, aitäh.
Thank you so much. Questions?
Ülevaate eest ma tahaksin küsida, kas need kohalikud lapsed õppisid samades koolides, kus teil Ukraina lapsed olid valimisse valitud?
Mitte kõik,
jah. Mitte kõik. Osalt nad õppisid samades, osalt nad õppisid isegi samades klassides, aga osa olid sellised klassid, kus õppisid ainult ukrainlased.
Ja kui ma õigesti aru sain, siis õppisid nad kõik eesti õppekeelega koolis. Kas eesti keelt teise keelena või emakeelena?
Kas sa mäletad seda?
Mul on selline tunne, et neil ei olnud eraldi tunde, aga ma ei tea, kas meil ei ole selle kohta andmeid.
Selge, aitäh.
Sest me vaatasime tegelikult siis muid tunde, jah.
Anyone else?
Thank you. I have a question. Sorry, I'm going to ask English. Okay. I have a question regarding the method limitations, because especially what concerns lexical development. I mean, how many words you need to describe pictures. Probably if you ask or you try to do it yourself and or ask, native speakers, they wouldn't use that many more words to describe it. They're quite simple pictures, not so complicated. So differences in grammar are more telling, in my opinion, than in lexicon, because it can be just I just do not have more to say about this picture. I do not need more words. But grammar differences, of course, they are very telling. And I just wonder if you agree with this, and if you think that maybe to evaluate lexical development, some different instruments would be more useful. I don't know.
Well, I think there certainly is some sort of a ceiling effect, like you can only tell so much, but we did see a lot of variety in the amount of lexemes they used. So there was that. And we do have some data about Estonian speakers, about same-age children using or describing the same picture. And I cannot recall, but there is some, we can do that comparison later. But there was also, there is that sort of a ceiling effect,
Yeah, it was about the same. ma räägin praegu eesti keeles, muidu ma hakkan segast ajama. Ehk siis jah, me oleme seda pildikirjeldust varem ka katsetanud ja seal mingisugusel hetkel selguski, et see sobib teatud tasemeni, kuskil ühel A2 tasemel ta ilusti veel ütleb ära, et kas on saavutatud see, aga siis, kui me jõuame edasi, siis tegelikult see pilt, no eile me nägime seda pilti, tegelikult see pilt ei võimandagi kasutada väga keerulist ja sellist mitmekesist sõnavara. Et see on täiesti selge, et sellel on piirangud ees ja siis kui me tahame juba kõrgemate tasemete sõnavara ja keelekasutust uurida, et siis me peame keerulisemaid instrumente kasutama.
Are there more questions? Some comments? Well, no, thank you. And then we move. Thank you so much. And let's move to our third presentation. It's also about Ukrainian refugees in Estonia. And Anna, will you just you?
I will present. Yes, so both, I'm very proud of my former doctoral students who are full-fledged researchers nowadays. So because one of them is in the States and the other one is now in Norway, so it's quite logical that I will be presenting this, but it's not solely my work. So we will talk about family language policy, and our research is qualitative semi-structural interviews, so very typical for social linguistic research. And the framework is that of family language policy research. So Ukrainian immigrants, I think I can skip because you have listened to several presentations, one after another, about Ukrainian refugees, so you know all the statistics by heart. But what is... what we don't know, what we know very little is so how families conceptualize the linguistic situation. So we want to know whether Ukrainian is maintained or if there is a reversal of language shift. So the previous generation shifted from Ukrainian to Russian, and now because of the Russia's war against Ukraine, etc., so people reconceptualize their linguistic identity, and they tend to, not always, not everybody would tend to switch to Ukrainian, and also learning Estonian and accommodating to the current situation. So this is kind of justification why we deal with family language policies. So somehow it is quite general, quite common that you have to justify if you are doing qualitative research, because anyway, not everything can be studied via surveys, large-scale surveys. And here, we may differ from social scientists. So why families? As we know from Joshua Fishman's work, intergenerational transmission happens in families, which is obvious. So institutional support, good attitudes, encouraging, it's all fine, but nothing happens unless families wanted to transmit their language or language to the next generation. So complex ecologies, so Einar Haugen was, I think, the first scholar who introduced the term of language ecology or linguistic ecology. So it's a complex system, and these families are not in the vacuum, but there is a larger society. There are all kinds of attitudes, aspirations, language ideologies, etc., etc. And language ideologies, what people believe about particular languages or language as such, what languages should be used with whom, and so on. So this is Bernard Spolsky's family language policy framework. He was one among the first scholars who formulated this. So basically there are three components in this model. So language ideologies or belief. So belief is maybe not, well, you can ask what the difference between belief and ideology is, but ideology, I would say it's more systematic. It's a system of views. Beliefs may be just, well, casual and not, maybe not, they are not, they don't form a system. Both of them are important. So language practices, so what people really do, and this very often it remains outside the scope of family language policy research because we interview people who are involved. So we have what they report. But how they actually behave in the linguistic sense, well, it may be quite different. And language management, suppose ideology, well, according to language ideology, in a certain family, Ukrainian should be maintained, so people do something. Hire a tutor, read in Ukrainian, and all such things. So a wider framework, well, placing actually this Spolsky's model into a wider framework was done by Shaolin Kurt Christensen. So you see in the circle, this is this three-component model, but it is placed into a larger sociolinguistic environment. So you have economic factors, parental background, home environment, and then wider and wider, so sociolinguistic context, socioeconomic context, sociopolitical context, which is important in our case. So what we know now from the literature, unfortunately, I have no time to go into details. What we know from the literature about language maintenance and language shift among Ukrainians abroad. So what happens in Ukraine now, it's one thing. What happens among Ukrainian refugees or old-timers who have been living abroad is another thing. So strengthening commitment to Ukrainian, I think this is quite clear. Re-evaluation of Russian. So people think that, well, there can be many different ideas. Some would say, well, language is not to blame. Somebody says, well, why should I, especially abroad, why should I be confused with, speakers of Russian who are not from Ukraine, but from Russia, etc., etc. So reframing of Surzhyk, well, this in-between, a cluster of in-between varieties between Russian and Ukrainian. So actually it is not pure, actually it is good because it's closer to Ukrainian than pure Russian. Yeah, and creative indexing of belonging. So this is a very fancy formulation. It is actually about Ukrainians abroad who are, well, they may be Russian dominant. They don't feel very confident in speaking Ukrainian, but they would speak Russian deliberately with a Ukrainian accent. So this regional Ukrainian variety of Russian in Ukraine, so something like that. So our data, we had 11 participants, so from Tallinn and from Tartu. So Anna Branets was the person who interviewed them. And so these were Ukrainian mothers. It's quite clear why mothers. Because mostly these Ukrainian refugees are women and underage children. So at least one child in kindergarten or in primary school. So different regions of Ukraine, but mostly it's east of Ukraine. So different dominant languages. I will show the breakdown in Tartu and in Tallinn. So one thing is what a person claims to be his or her first language or first languages. Another thing is home language. And a language of the interview or languages of the interview, it can be the third thing. So it's nothing is very simple. So in Tallinn, as we know, well, we who know the Baltic social linguistics, we know that Tallinn has two different language environments, so it will be an exaggeration to say that they are completely separate, Russian-speaking and Estonian-speaking, but it is possible to live your monolingual life in Russian or in Estonian and in Tallinn. Yes, Tartu is something else. It's urban but Estonian dominant, but there is less Ukrainian support, meaning that Tallinn has more associations, organizations. Well, we have this Vabaduse Kool, which is a Ukrainian-Estonian immersion school, and Tartu for the reason this is not the capital, maybe, has less such institutions. And we asked about what they do, so it's reported language practices, what they believe, how they, whether and how they want to maintain Ukrainian, what was before the war and before the immigration, what happened after, and why they do what they do. So this is like, you see, this is kind of difficult to read this, but you see, reported language, first language, HL is home language and interview language. So you see that some claim that well, their first language is Ukrainian, yes, and they home language is Ukrainian. But in the interview, well, she goes for she starts in Ukrainian, but switches to Surzhyk. So it's all reported data. So Ukrainian language maintenance high, meaning that, you know, these people, they have been speaking Ukrainian all the time. So what happened is the immigration, but as far as language use at home is concerned, nothing changed radically. Moderate is that these people were probably they were not Ukrainian dominant or entirely Russian speaking at home, but well, they tried to do something to read Ukrainian, to introduce more Ukrainian. Here is Tallinn, so you see a little bit different configuration, but it's a lottery who gets where, who gets to what city, to what village in Estonia, because there are even Ukrainians in Sharma, of all places. Yes, so families where Ukrainian was added or maintained, so either they started using more Ukrainian or they just continued their practices. So, for example, one person described that how her child started attending Ukrainian Sunday school. And then, well, this is actually, well, usually it's the other way around. Children who come from Ukraine, they feel superior to the locals who have been born here and, just been going to Ukrainian Sunday school, but still here, well, she felt inferior and said, well, maybe we should speak more Ukrainian at home so that she would understand more at the Sunday school. So, and the parents reacted, well, okay, why not? So these people who do such things, they've always been bilingual or Ukrainian dominant prior to the displacement. But there is a problem. No time to attend this Sunday school, or logistically it might be problematic, but still at home. So we were, of course, interested in school choice in Estonia because we have some, well, Russian medium school, or still the schools who mostly give education in Russian, so and Estonian medium schools. So there were no children in our sample who attended this Ukrainian-Estonian language immersion school. So they wanted, so in this, you see this attitude, so the person says, well, if my daughter were to use Russian, she would have a Russian pronunciation, meaning accent. And she doesn't want that. So inconsistent use of Ukrainian, try to speak Ukrainian, but it goes as it goes. So these are mostly people who used to be Russian dominant, and not a full switch to Ukraine, but they do some symbolic things. For example, in social media, they switch to the Ukrainian interface. They write their posts and try to write their posts in Ukrainian. And they say, well, Surjik actually, well, it's actually a good thing because it provides sufficient exposure to Ukrainian. So, so this is it. And another example, I don't have that much time. But people who even are not very consistent, but they acknowledge the importance of Ukrainian. You see, language has a very important symbolic aspect. There are practical aspects, communicative, etc., but there's symbolic aspect. So the meaning of Ukrainian is the symbol of identity. So before that, we never thought about it. Now, somehow, with the children in the family, we started speaking Ukrainian more. You know, suddenly the question of language usage became important. Also, we would have attended Ukrainian classes. They had been offered at school, so maybe, ideas and intentions might be very fine, but for practical reasons, it's not always available. And there are families who gave up. Yeah, well, maybe it is not very nice to render it in this way. They gave up, but they thought, well, maybe not, maybe it isn't worth it, and so not that it is not important, but maybe not now, and maybe there are other priorities. So this is very important. So there are too many languages because they have to learn Estonian. They have to learn English. In this sense, if you compare the exposure to English, Ukraine is not Estonia. Now, it's very different. So knowledge of English, it's not very common. So it's not as common as in the Baltic countries. So this is the situation. So English is also important, and Ukrainian, it will be just too much. So this is a very pragmatic decision. I understand that the Ukrainian language will be not used here. Yeah? So why bother? Yeah? I hope we will not go back to Ukraine. And such things, the future intentions, they are very important. Because there are families who are just waiting, to return, and some have returned. And there are families who don't intend to return, and there are families who don't know what happens. For example, one member of their family or several are on they are fighting. They are on the front. So educational choice for children. So this is interesting. So there was, you see, in Tallinn, there was one case when the children started like regular mainstream Estonian school, and then they switched to the Russian. There were 3 cases in the opposite direction, and so 2 started in Russian and continue. In Tartu, of course, it's a little bit different, but you see what is interesting, this last example, where there are 2 children in the family. And probably the older child is the elder child Russian dominance. So why bother? But the young child who started school in Estonia goes to the Estonian medium school. And by the way, well, of course, it's not a proof, but it's just an example. I have heard about such cases in Ukraine where the families, where the parents speak to elder children in Russian and to younger in Ukrainian. Yeah, so I was not surprised when I heard about this. So there are different choices. It's not very often. It's not about some political preferences, but it's very pragmatic. So, we need Estonian because we're going to stay here, and without Estonian, it doesn't work, or we don't intend to stay, so why bother? So this is like controversial thing on one hand, being Ukrainian and acknowledging the importance of Ukrainian for identity, but also the view of, this was funny, avoid Tallinn because of Russian. So there are people, yes, you are laughing, but there are people who are very motivated politically. And so they don't want to be confused with Russian speakers, whatever. So they prefer to avoid Tallinn. There are cases, unfortunately, especially in Russian medium schools, where, due to political differences, differences in political views, Ukrainian children are, looked down upon, and so there are such cases where, not because of the language, but because of the atmosphere, children have to change the school. So this is about Estonian language proficiency. This is, very characteristic of Tartu. So, and you see this avoidance of Russian. I try to use Estonian. I try not to switch in Russian. So here are our conclusions. So, you see, pre-war repertoires, they matter a lot. Because if they hadn't switched to Ukrainian, it's difficult to do it abroad. So there are all kind of pressures, like practical things. If you suddenly find yourself in a new country, different future orientations, of course, Ukrainian as a symbol, and differences in private and public routine. This is also what I have encountered here. Well, this is not about our research, but I hear people speaking in Russian between themselves with a heavy Ukrainian accent. And then I ask in Ukrainian, and they immediately switch to Ukrainian. So this is public versus private. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. And questions, please? Who would like to start? I just want to clarify, these interviews were recorded exactly when?
It was in autumn.
This
25.
25.
Yeah.
Because it's a bit complicated when we talk about school choice. For obviously, on the one hand, it looks like there is no choice nowadays. I mean, for people, for students, children going to school now, because it all will be in Estonian. At the same time, there is a choice because you choose either like Estonian school or like transition school.
Transition school. Yeah, and but still, people. Now there is what you described, but they report the previous situation.
Okay.
So obviously, for example, they arrived in 2022, and then the children had to attend some school. So it was.
So so probably also when discussing the school choices, we should. Is it a recent choice? I mean, if they have a child of 7 who goes to school just now, and sometimes maybe even the choice to send the older child to Russian medium school and younger one to Estonian school is just because it will be better school. I mean, not just this transition school. Nobody knows. Okay, thank you so much. And questions?
No,
Thank you. Thanks. This is really interesting and important. I'm just wondering whether you're planning on interviewing children at all as well,
Well, if,
and their experiences.
if with God's help we get some ethics committee permission, you would know, and many people in this room would know how difficult it is. You know,
I just
so
wanted to-
yes. Well, there is another project of which I am a participant. It's a we plan there to interview children and maybe not from these families, but children and adolescents. But yes.
We have some interviews from a few years ago when they just arrived with children in school with ethics permission.
Yeah,
so
of course.
I'd be very happy to share them with you.
Oh yeah, well, if the ethics committee of your university allows to share with a scholar from another university, I don't know. Well,
We'll
if yes,
investigate
I would really love to look into it. And not only I think that our other people who
Yes.
work in this Nordforsk project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Question?
Hello, thank you for the presentation. You have just mentioned that if you would like to collect the new data from the children, then they will be most likely from the different families. Wouldn't it be interesting to collect from the same family so you can see the correlation between the ideas of parents and how children see that?
Yes, but well, because the interviews were done, it's purely technical. Of course, it would, you know, the very nice thing would be to do a longitudinal studies, so, and then you interview the children, and then you interview the family after some time. But these interviews were done by Anna Branets, who is not in Estonia. I think that, well, we can try. But I know what you are talking about, because, well, we've done research not about Ukrainians, but some other situation in family language policy where we observed something. We had a chance to observe the real communication. And then we asked people, the parents, what they think. And there were quite significant discrepancies in what they declare and what they wish and how things are in reality.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for your presentation. I just can give one small comment regarding your question and your answer. And it was possible for me to do a small-scale research in United States, Memphis, Tennessee, and interviewing Ukrainian refugees. And it turned out that in 2 cases, one child came into the room and started to comment what her mother is saying. It was really, you saw this quite big difference. Mama, for instance, mother said, she's not able anymore to count even in Ukrainian. And this daughter who came and just played, and she said, and she started to count until 10 in Ukrainian. And mom said, okay, yeah, she can. So, and we continued. It was not planned, it's not allowed. Yeah, it was against protocol what I did, but I couldn't do anything because this child just came to the room and she commented regularly. And actually her comments was very often against what mom is saying. Yeah, thank you.
This is, this is really precious.
Yes, thank you, Sanida, for this wonderful comment. Actually, there are even studies on parents' perceptions about their child's speech abilities, and it was done for parents of very, very small children. And actually, it turned out that parents usually report about abilities of their child from 6 months ago. So that's quite a big time lapse between what actually. And we do keep a lot of our children's, like funny words and so on, and that's true. And also, I have a small question. I think maybe we do have more questions. Yeah, about these discrepancies between what people claim and what they actually do. I suppose you, even in the description of these families, it was evident that at least in one case, people were claiming to speak Ukrainian and the language is Ukrainian, but in an interview they switched to Surzhyk, for example.
Yeah.
So it's do you somehow make recordings, like diaries about such things, or some sleeps, and when you can actually witness, for example, someone I don't know, during an interview, someone answer phone in different language than claim and so on.
Well, I think I think so, because this is also a question, how to where Surzhyk starts and where it ends. So there's a continuum, and there's not one Surzhyk. There is a kind of Surzhyk even in the west of Ukraine. Well, at least it is in the popular culture. It used to be there. It's a satirical device. Of course, it's different. We had another example from another research. So yesterday in Reilly's presentation, she mentioned that exactly that. The child whom I interviewed in Ukrainian, this picture description task mind test. She said, well, I speak Surzhyk, so whatever, everything works for me. But actually, she spoke pretty much like common standard Ukrainian. So I don't know. Maybe it is linguistic insecurity. So it's an interesting question. So we have to.
Thank you so much. If we don't have more questions, let's thank Anna for her talk. And let's move to our final paper before the lunch break. And yes, it will be about accented Estonian speech and attitudes to it and evaluation of the accent.
So I'm just trying to, what do I press to go ahead? The green button. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. So I'm presenting our work, evaluating foreign accented speech in Estonian. So we are more interested in the role of listener's background and its connection with how your ability to identify someone's first language who speaks Estonian as a foreign language. Now, why this research? Because as per our knowledge, it has not done before, but more. On top of that, it contributes to the study of language attitudes because we don't have much research in this area in the context of Estonian language. And we also have a lot of LX Estonian speakers, be it refugees, be it immigrants, expats, or anyone who's moving here to Estonia to live here and learning Estonian. Now, we wanted to, our objective is to examine the correlation between a listener's background and their ability to guess a speaker's first language. Now, I know most of you are linguists, but just a brief overview. Accent, it can be someone, I have an accent, it could be a social class, it could be a group, it could be a country, so it depends. Now, there could be accented speech within L1, and there could be accented speech LX varieties, depending on your first language. Now, but again, most of us are linguists over here, so we would say all varieties have their own importance, but in main social, in society, on social media, we have attitudes and we think about languages in different way, depending on what is your social linguistic affiliation as per L1. As we heard in previous presentations, your L1 can affect your in-group and out-group membership and how you're seen. On top of that, we also have synthetic speech. That is something nowadays with AI. Now, again, attitude represents our thoughts and our feelings towards the object. Similarly, language attitudes basically means how you react to a language. Now, majority of the research is done with spoken languages, but you can go in the past. You can look into archives and written texts. For example, if I have to give example of Estonian language, during the nationalization movement, there was a movement that you should speak in standard Estonian because that's what the country needed for the unification. So there were some bad attitudes, let's say if you speak a regional variety, for example. So this is an example of going back in society and looking at attitudes. But our focus is on spoken language in this research. Now, The data in this research is driven from my master's thesis, where I looked into native speakers' attitudes towards foreign accented speech. Now, this was like how they perceive. Is it good, bad, cool, uncool, in relation to that? But in the current work, we're looking into like their ability to guess someone's L1, basically. So we know that attitudes exist, but overall we're positive. The conclusions were different from mainstream researchers in the field in terms of evaluations on status and solidarity. And L1 listeners' ability to differentiate between accent depended on their exposure and familiarity to different languages. Again, the data set was too small, so I cannot make generalizations. So it's just like a drop. Now, with the current research, so if there's a connection with the evaluation, participants' evaluations towards foreign accented speech, so we wanted to know if their background also plays a role in identifying L1 of the speaker. So we examined the role of listeners' background in recognizing L1 of foreign accented Estonian speakers. So questionnaire of my MA thesis was based on modified verbal guise technique. There were samples or guises, we call technically in terminology. These guises were based from a corpus of Meister and Meister, Estonian foreign accent corpus. Text varied. We did not use the same text. So we had 10 male and 10 female speakers with different proficiency levels, from elementary to proficient in Estonian language. And before conducting the survey, we also did 2 close-ended pilots with limited participants, where we found out that it's better to use different text instead of same text, for example. So the final survey was conducted with Lime Survey, which is an open access platform, but we had access with University of Tartu, so it's UT Lime Survey. And in the questionnaire, actually, it was voluntary. So like you listened to a guys as a participant, and you had an option at the end after evaluating the person's accented speech and their attitude towards it. Can you guess their speech? What is their first language, for example? This was voluntary challenge to guess the native tongue of each stimulus.
That one also.
Oh, yes, it's mine still. Okay, so 54 participants were there, and all of them were L1 Estonian speakers. So their background information we collected was age, sex, education, their profession, languages known, languages they speak on a daily basis, whether they consider themselves monolingual or bilingual, and if they have any duration of time spent abroad, for example, any exposure to traveling abroad. So all in all, like 20 guises or 20 speech samples and 54 participants. So all in all, 1,080 observations in terms of identifying accents or guessing the accent. So
Yes, which one?
green one.
Okay. So you can. We did 2 sets of analysis. First, we did correlation. And for this, we took the information from the questionnaire. First, their participants' guesses, for which we calculated the score for each participant. So they got an accent recognition accuracy score. We graded 1 if they guessed the L1 of the stimuli correctly. Then they got half a point if they guessed the language family correctly. So, for example, a lot of people said for Russian L1 that it's some kind of a Slavic language. And then we had 0 for incorrect guesses. And then we correlated this with participants' background. So I've already mentioned that we had these age, sex, education, profession, languages known. Languages the participants speak daily, and if they are mono or bilingual, and how much time they have spent abroad. With this information, we found the Kendall-Stahl correlation coefficient for ordinal data, and we also used Mann-Whitney U test for bilingualism and Kruskal-Wallis test for all the other variables to find the differences between the groups within an independent variable. So, for example, maybe for the sex, we had male, female, and non-binary, and maybe we could find that male participants had different scores than female or non-binary. But I must say that the correlation showed, and we concluded that the data set was basically too small to establish an overall statistical relevance. And the only thing that we found was that education as a variable approached significance. So from this, we got some information and an input that we can maybe do a bigger research later. And then the second analysis was multi-level logistic regression model. For this, we used the accent identification success, not the score. So we had 1 for correct and 0 for incorrect. Then we had to gather up the listener variables because the model didn't want to take all of the variables. Age and sex were the same, but then we had the education level, for which we had now 2 levels, whether the participants had a university degree or they did not. And then we also had from profession employee status, so if they were employed, not employed, or students, and bilingual and living abroad status stayed the same. And we just in case added the speaker variables, so the gender of the stimuli, and then whether or not the L1 of the speaker was from a neighboring area or it was more distant. So for neighboring, we had Finnish, Swedish, Latvian, and Russian. And these results showed that the odds of correct accent identification were significantly higher for participants in a very specific age group, which were 45 to 54. And then for employment status, people who were students had higher odds of correctly guessing the L1 of the stimuli. And the model's random effect showed that the stimulus is a far greater source of variability than the participant themselves. So it was harder to correctly identify some of the L1 of the stimulus than others. And I can show you in this figure. It's quite tiny, but you can see with red are the ones that it was harder to correctly guess. So Swedish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Danish. And with the blue, we can see that Spanish, Russian, Japanese, German, French, and Finnish were more familiar for the participants and easier to guess, maybe then because of that. Okay, and you can take over again.
So, in terms of discussion, we think that university is a place where student gets exposed to a lot of international students and people from all walks of life. So this could be like a reason that they have wider exposure to different language varieties. But again, we need a larger data set to make such a general assumption. Also, I believe it's an arduous task in such a day and age to understand the overall exposure of listener and familiarity to a variety of languages. Think about social media. We are exposed to a variety of languages, variety of speeches, variety of accented speeches. So like how to map it out, know truly, like if person is truly monolingual and has no exposure versus like they have some exposure to different kinds of accents or different language families, for example. So future research, we want to focus on language attitude study on a broader scale. That's what I'm doing in my PhD at Tallinn University, and would like to expand it. And ideally would like to combine both qualitative and quantitative research methods, because it's great to have fruitful data from both methods. Yeah. So, yes. That's the references, as usual, and thank you.
Thank you so much. questions, please.
Hi, Aivo from Taltech. A couple of comments rather than questions. Firstly, we as Estonians rarely come in contact with people who use accents.
Yes.
So, because very rarely people do learn Estonian. And yeah, I've maybe heard a German person speaking and some few other examples, but and of course Russians, but otherwise there's just so little exposure. But from the side of recognizing the language family and where the accent is coming from, I recently did a challenge where we fine-tuned and trained the model to deal with accents and very accented speech. And the challenge was to recognize the language that is being spoken. But most of the data was accented speech. And we got very, very good accuracy, actually, above 99% with very high macro scores. So basically, this can be done pretty well if you have data and you can fine-tune a model like Gwen-free Omni to do this kind of language ID, and you can also predict what their native language is because the accent will be very, or rather the speech will be very close to their language family as well. And I think we also considered doing reinforcement learning, and there the plan would have been actually to use this information from the language group to further train the model to first guess basically, or to get partially points for guessing the language family correct and then guessing the correct language correct. So yeah, basically, if this information somehow helps, then we can collaborate and
sure.
And yeah, recognition model I think will be very effective in predicting accents.
Thank you.
So that's another thing which artificial intelligence can do better than the humans, right?
We hope. Actually, that's an interesting comment that you made, but I still think, like, when we code switch, for example, so some people are really good code switching between being from one L1 prosody to another. So if I'm really flawless, or like people who are bilingual, maybe there might be some differences, but maybe it has some scope. So, yeah.
Thank you. I have a totally ignorant comment, but I noticed that some people are very fine-tuned towards accents, that there must be some kind of like other things. And eventually you arrive to this conclusion in discussion that people not necessarily don't need to go abroad or to live there or to travel, but they can travel digitally, virtually as well. And I was thinking immediately about Trevor Noah, if you know this stand-up guy from South Africa or States, I don't know where is he. So there is something more, something else. What would be your, like, the next guess? What kind of, like, other qualities of people, like perhaps more psychological? And also I'm doubting in usefulness of the concept of the attitude, because you included emotions also under attitude. Maybe it's not useful to put them together. Maybe it's useful to keep emotions like as a concept separately for the further research.
Okay, thank you.
I can answer the first one. So about different, well, yes, we had the most common participant background information, but like Avi said in the discussion, it really is like a very global and social world now. We have social media, but another thing that popped into my head right now was the fact that, for example, I don't think I speak British English. I don't think I have a British English accent even, but for example, the attitude or I'm going to say attitude right now, in school, is that we're learning British English. And also these kind of small things make up the whole, like, the language we acquire. So yes, there might be 1,000 things that are affecting, and we just found with these small variables that they really don't do that much.
Yeah.
Just a comment, because, of course, geographical proximity, but statistically, I cannot agree that we don't hear accented Estonian. And maybe it depends on what you do and where you live and what is your social network. But statistically, I think encountering Russian or Finnish accent in Estonian is much more probable than Lithuanian accent in Estonian. So, of course, there are people whose first language is Lithuanian, and they speak some kind of Estonian. But people, and I think usually an Estonian speaker would not recognize it, because Finnish accent is something that we know even if not from our own experience, but from popular culture and
And the same with
so it's also about this not only geographic proximity, but also this social linguistic information.
For example, same with like Spanish or French, because they advertise themselves pretty well in language-wise.
Yes, I mean, like these are colonial or imperial languages, and they do have dominant ideologies, so that plays a role. But
Finnish?
Yes,
No.
Finnish is not, I'm sorry, but like French and Spanish, for example, or English even. But what I'm seeing a trend on social media is, like, on social media, we end up creating our own echo chambers. That means what kind of content I want to assume. At the same time, we also have a filter bubble, like what algorithm is pushing me and curating for me. So what I'm seeing is like accented speeches used for virality on the internet. And I'm seeing these virality can promote dominant ideologies. So for example, I recently saw like an Estonian influencer who's now have started imitating different accented speeches, like a French accent or like an Indian accent, or even he found like some Indian person from Ida-Virumaa who speaks Estonian, and it was a bit mind-boggling. Like an Estonian guy is imitating Indian accent, and then an Indian guy is talking in Estonian back. So you see, like in terms of social media, like it might be like not harmful, but like when it comes to society, then the attitudes start forming. So I'm really interested if we see some dominant ideologies in Estonian or not, or we would rather see linguistic solidarity towards people who would use Estonian as a foreign language or just use Estonian in their day-to-day life. So that would be really fascinating for me to observe in my doctoral research and future research.
Do we have more questions? I'd like to ask also, overall they listened to 20 different samples, right?
Yes.
And how many accents there were?
10. So like one male, one female. So 10 language pairs.
10 languages.
10 languages. Yeah.
And in terms of, do people more often, so they didn't know that there are all different accents. So they were free to choose. I mean, they could tell that there are just 5 Russian accents, or I don't know, 3 Finnish, 2 Russians, and or did they expect to have all them different? I mean, what was in the instructions?
We instructed that you will hear a variety of LX Estonian speeches, and they were kind of pushed in random order. So there were sections. So one guy's one section. So one guy's then Likert scale options, and then can you guess the accent? And then it goes on. But it was random. Like it could be like one L1 Russian speaker, one L1 French male, and then female male, and then different L1s. So it was quite random And it was done on purpose.
And in instructions, there was nothing, so people could sort of try to guess how many different accents they will be exposed to. But also, they also had some ideas, probably.
Yes.
I mean, people always have ideas about what actually this is about. Maybe they are trying to just to check if I'm good in recognizing some specific accents. Did you have many, like some accents that were overrepresented in the answers and some that were like misrepresented?
Yes, some information that didn't get into the slides but will be public later is that, for example, we had the Lithuanian accent and the Russian accent, and people really thought Lithuanian is Russian.
Yeah.
Well, it's very typical.
Yes.
Yeah. So this again creates some kind of inequality. Like, you know, like we might guess the language family correctly, but we do not know the L1 correct. And if there are some, for geopolitical reasons, historical reasons, or any kind of attitudes in general towards one L1, it might, if you are not 100% sure about that L1, it might create some inequality in society. You might judge them immediately, like negatively or something like that. So, yeah.
Okay, so then my final, I don't know, like methodological remark would be that if you want to study, really want to study influence of background, you will need to scale it up to, I don't know, 1,000 maybe answers here, because we have so many different parameters. So
Yes.
that's just, I don't know if it's doable or not, but that would be great. But I also think that you have a great data for like qualitative analysis of what this, and probably you should move more to that side, because that's just, I can't imagine how to get enough data to study all the parameters, social background. That's if you just try to get every like 4 or 5 people for each combination of that would be like 10,000, right? So that's, yeah.
Thank you, yes.
I have maybe, I don't know, a question related to what I'm interested in. So I was just wondering, you said that you had 10 female voices and 10 male voices. Did you notice any tendencies in this sense?
We did in the MA thesis, which is not, we did not include it, but yeah, there were some tendencies, like, if I remember correctly, male participants would evaluate, female would evaluate male speech positively. I think there were some trends.
Are you more interested in participants or the stimuli?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, same with the like stimuli. Before I talked about Russian and Lithuanian, there was this Spanish female stimuli, which instantly Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there was one more question.
Have you checked the Mozilla Common Voice dataset, which does have Estonian and accented Estonian? So
I would love to know about it. I'll write it down. Because I want to make a spontaneous corpus. If it exists, great.
Yeah, in the challenge, we did use this dataset, and it has a lot of accented speech. So it could help you if you have existing data.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for this lively discussion. And now we are going to have lunch. Great, thank you.
some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, oh, my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby, and twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight oil. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak just my mind. Oh. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight oil. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight oil. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
we have to start. So Ilenia del Popolo Marchitto is the next speaker. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, so hello, thank you for being here. My name is Ilenia del Popolo Marchitto. I'm a PhD student at Tallinn University, and in this presentation I will present findings from 2 sociolinguistic experiments, and in particular I focus on the perception of politeness in the speech of men and women in Russian. This is not visible there, the presentation. Oh, okay, thank you very much. So this is the title, and in particular the study examines whether linguistic gender stereotypes and expectations about politeness norms, for example the folk linguistic beliefs that in Russian women tend to be more polite than men, tend to influence participants' evaluation of identical utterances. And in particular utterances, the utterances that I focus on are the utterances with the meaning of request, because request intended broadly as utterances or instances of talk in which we ask our interlocutor to do something for us, are particularly delicate, interactionally speaking, and also subject to discursive conventions, also expectations and stereotypes. Previous research on the topic has shown that in line with traditional gender ideologies, we talked a lot about ideologies, and I chose here the word ideologies and not beliefs, because I also think there is very structure when it comes to gender and politeness. Men tend to be considered more direct and assertive in interaction, and women are often supposed to be more polite, cooperative, indirect. They should be, and they are believed to be. This is according to previous research on folk linguistic beliefs. And I ran 2 experiments. This was my first one that then led me to the second one. About the first one, I spoke also last year in this conference, and it was a study focused on the perception of linguistic politeness in Russian when the speaker is imagined. I will explain more about the method, but the focus here is that the utterances were written and they had to imagine the gender of the speaker. So my research questions were 2. The first that I presented last year is whether certain linguistic choices tended to be associated with a particular gender. So they read an utterance and they think, oh, this is a woman, oh, this is a man. And the second research question that I will focus more on today is whether gender stereotype affected their perception of politeness, namely whether the same utterance, the same request is perceived, evaluated differently depending on whether they imagined a man or a woman saying that. So the methods of the first experiment are as followed. I selected from authentic linguistic material to corpora of Russian spoken language 19 requests, and I presented them in written form in 2 questionnaires. I had one main questionnaire in which participants were asked to guess the speaker's gender at first, and only later to evaluate the degree of politeness on a 5-point scale. And this served to examine both how they attributed the gender, whether they had some stereotypes, and if there was a case, then how these stereotypes influence their perception. I also create a parallel questionnaire, auxiliary, like a control group, where the gender guessing task was excluded. There was no reference to gender at all, just the utterances, and they only had to evaluate the degree of politeness. I had 2 groups of informants. So I had a total of 251 participants for the first experiment. Half completed the first questionnaire and half the second questionnaire. They were balanced in terms of gender and age. Majority were women. Very difficult to find male participants for some reason. And in terms of age, also more or less balanced from 18-year-old and up to 34 majority. In terms of educational background, also quite balanced, like the main group and the control group, majority holding a BA or MA diploma. And this was one of the limitations of the study, because although I posted the questionnaire in very similar Facebook group, it turned out that the first questionnaire were more filled in more by people living in Estonia, Russia, and Italy in third place. And in the second questionnaire, Russia, Italy, and Estonia, so a little bit different in this sense. So let's say that the comparison with the control group has to be taken with, let's say, a pinch of salt, because there is this imbalance. But still, even if we compare only first questionnaire, so same informants, we have interesting data. I will show you. Majority of speakers, 80%, were multilingual speaker. They spoke up to 5 languages on a daily basis. Monolingual speaker were all from the second questionnaire and based in Russia, majority. So English, Estonian, and Russian, English, and Estonian were the most spoken in the first questionnaire, and in the second questionnaire, Russian, English was the most common combination. But many linguistic backgrounds were represented here. The result to the first research question, so how they evaluated certain forms to be related to a gender, I will discuss very quickly because I would focus on the second one, but turned out that direct, unmitigated requests, stereotypical masculinity were consistently assigned to men, and indirect formulation containing diminutives, mitigation markers, hesitation, hedges more to women. And this is just an example, the most, let's say, clear one, but not the only one. We have a very simple question, could be literally have been said by anyone, but still the vast majority of informants decided that close the door behind me or right by is a sentence produced most probably by a man, whereas very long formulations with apologies, diminutives, a lot of contextual details to women. But what was most important for me today, it was to show you how participants evaluated politeness with the same within the same utterance. So we have the 19 requests. We have for each, the blue column is the mean politeness score that was calculated on the basis of the evaluation on when they imagined a female speaker, the red when they imagined a male speaker, and the gray is the control group. And in 14 out of 19 cases, the tendency is that when they imagined the female speaker, the utterance was rated as the most polite. The control group, so the neutral evaluation, were someone in the middle, and the man was the lowest. And you might think, okay, then at least we have some other utterances left. No, because we have other 3 in which still the female like when they imagine the female speaker is the more polite, and then we have male utterance, and then we have like when they imagine the male speaker, and then we have lowest the control group, or yeah, so you can see women, men, control group. So turns out that in 17 out of 19 cases, the same utterance was evaluated as more polite when they imagined a female speaker, compared to both when they imagined a male speaker and in the control group. So only in 2 out of 19 cases we have the male utterances slightly, you can see slightly more polite than the female. There is not the same striking difference. And here maybe slightly more. So of course this led me to the second experiment. What happens if instead of imagining the speaker, they hear actual voices? The aim here was to investigate whether formally identical requests were evaluated differently depending on whether participant heard a male or a female voice. And the research question obviously is that in line with the finding on the first experiment? Do female voiced requests tend to be rated as more polite than male voiced requests? So what I did was to employ a method inspired by the verbal guise technique to elicit evaluations of formally identical utterances. In this case, I selected only 12 out of 19 utterances because otherwise my participants would be overwhelmed. 19 requests, some of them are quite extended, so I chose only some of them. I asked native speakers to record them in 2 versions. So I have for each utterance 1 male voice and 1 female voice. And speakers were matched for sociolinguistic background, so age and country. I created again 2 versions of the questionnaire so that the utterances that in one questionnaire are voiced by a woman, in the second are voiced by a man, and vice versa. In each questionnaire, I have 6 female-voiced requests and 6 male-voiced requests. So complementary, let's say. And each voice appears in the questionnaire only once in each questionnaire. It's a between subject design. This means that participants only heard one version of each audio, either the male or the female. So I had 2 groups of participants again, so that they also didn't know that I was investigating gender, but more only politeness. They couldn't imagine, so less biased also evaluations in this sense. In this case, I had 226 participants, half completed the first and the second half completed the second. Again, majority is female participants, although in this case I have slightly more male representative in the first questionnaire only. In terms of age, also it is more imbalanced than in the first experiment for some reason, because in this case I have let's say, younger participants in the second questionnaire. The group 18-24 is a bit bigger than here, and here 35-44 is a bit bigger. So in a way, they're not completely comparable, but in a way, still, I would say, comparable. In terms of educational background, of course, related to age, I have more secondary education participants in the second questionnaire, whereas in the first, people with MA degree. But this time, in terms of country, the groups are more balanced, so majority of participants were based in Estonia in both cases. So I was paying more attention at this part, and something else went a bit differently. But I would say that this is important as well. And again, the most the languages spoken on a daily basis are Russian, English, and Estonian, majority followed by Ukrainian, and very balanced in this sense. What happens here? In this case, I compared the mean evaluations of male and female voice. I realized that in this case, female voice are marked in red and male voice in blue. I didn't realize it was switched. But in this case, no, the research question, the answer is no. In this case, female voice were not rated as more polite. And it is very interesting because I have 12 utterances. In this case, 7 utterances were considered more polite when said by a man, male voice, and 4 sentences when they were said by a woman. So already there is an imbalance. Very interesting that it was one of the prompts that was rated exactly the same, male voice and female voice, and the speakers are husband and wife, so I think that's very interesting. And so I calculated the statistically relevant only, so that we can focus on what is actually statistically relevant. In the case of the first experiment, I didn't mention, but the 12 prompts that I re-proposed in oral forms, among the 12 prompts of the first experiment, only 6 were statistically significant. And in that case, 1 male voice was more polite and 5 female voice was more polite. So in a way, we also have this 90-10%. In this case, what we have is that we have 12 prompts, only 8 of them are statistically relevant, and among these 8, 4 are more polite when the man was a speaker, and 4 when a woman was a speaker. So I would say there is no the same tendency. The tendency is a bit different, and it's exactly half. So this was interesting to me. I tried to see, okay, what are the prompts there are, what can be the factors that influence the choice, because for sure stereotypes are not activated or not as much when we hear the actual voice. There are so many other factors at play, for example, the voice quality, tone, many different. So I compared the sentences, and these are the 4 prompts that elicited basically in which participants decided that the female voice is more polite. And voice quality for sure plays a role, because you can see that here this sign is the same as the first. So basically in this case, this female voice was rated as more polite than the correspondent male voice in both questionnaires. And in the other cases, we see that we have both indirect and direct format. We have very different formulations. So I would say that just people focus on the actual utterance. The actual utterance, they might be influenced by several factors, but for sure not stereotypical. These are the prompts in which the male voice was rated as more polite than the female voice. In this case, we have only direct format, so this might have played a role, that maybe when the format is direct, so imperative, maybe they perceive male speaker as more polite. It might be, again, a question of voice, because we see that, for example, this male voice is the same as this male voice, and it is again rated as more polite in both questionnaires. So for sure, voice quality plays a role, and not only stereotypes. So my conclusion is that the comparison of the two experiments shows that gender-related differences in evaluation are more pronounced when participants infer speaker gender than when they hear an actual male and female voice. And this was striking, it was very evident. In the first experiment, participants rated 17 out of 19 requests as more polite when they attributed them to a female speaker. And if we consider only the 12 prompt, only the statistically relevant ones, 5 times when they imagined a woman and once when they imagined a man. In experiment 2, not clear pattern emerged. Out of the 12 utterances, 4 showed no statistically significant difference. 4 were evaluated as more polite when the male voiced version, and 4 when the female voiced version was heard. So evaluation were not dependent as much as social expectations, and in this sense, I think that this does not confirm that we don't have stereotype. On the other hand, it confirms that we do have stereotypes that lead also to social inequalities in society. Because when we hear an actual voice, then we activated different schemas. But when we imagine, oh, for sure it's like this. And this, in my opinion, proves that the stereotypes are there, doesn't deny that the stereotypes and the expectations are there. When they hear the actual voice, they are based on the specific, they base their judgment on the specific realization of each request or on the actual and concrete voice. So these are my conclusions. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's time for questions. Ma tahaks mikrofoni. If you have questions, just one moment. Please.
Thank you so much, Ilenia. And actually, that's what I thought, just when you talk about these 4 where male voices were evaluated as more polite, and they also were direct requests. So if we reformulate, it means that with direct reflects, women were evaluated as less polite. So when a woman requests something directly, it is seen as less polite when the same is done by the man. And then it totally works in the right direction of gender stereotypes. So if a woman says, close the door, you say, oh my God, it's not so much so good, but for men it's pretty normal. And also, again, probably when doing all these indirect things and some more polite, maybe female voices just do it better. In terms they are more experienced into all these subtle intonation patterns, like and pauses and so on. So probably it's because it's also about acting, right? Because they were not actual recordings. It was done specifically for the purpose. So yeah, maybe sometimes we need to shift the question a bit and ask not what is more polite, but what is more impolite. I don't know, what do you think about that?
Yes, this is a really good comment. Thank you very much. I also thought that the fact that all the 4 questions where the man was considered more polite than the woman were direct. But first of all, it was not unmitigated imperative. Only one of them was unmitigated imperative, and it contained also obscene language. So in that case, I'm not surprised that exactly the pattern was observed. But the other 3 direct requests were direct in terms of imperative, but they were highly mitigated with a lot of please and other mitigators, if possible, if you have time. And in the case where the female utterances were considered more polite, 2 out of 4 were also direct. And in that case, the woman was rated as more polite. So it's not an absolute. This is why I observed that, direct or indirect format plays a role, but it's not as, let's say, exactly, not as pronounced. And in the case of the first experiment, also the very direct requests were rated as more polite when said by a woman. So it's not, let's say, the key to read it all, but for sure it gives us a framework. Yes, and I also wanted to add something else, but I think this is the most important. And the voice, because the fact that in the 2 out of 4 sentences, exactly the same voice is related as more polite by different speakers. So I think that voice quality also plays a role, even sometimes more than the formulation, but it's, let's say this is an observation that I think can be done.
Thank you. Virve,
Thank you. So I have more of a clarification question. I'm wondering if you could talk about how you chose the stimuli. I wasn't clear whether it was the same requests in experiment 1 and experiment 2. Do they come from corpora, or are you trying to map particular conditions like the ones you talked about later? And I'm not sure, and in terms of the recording of the stimuli for experiment 2, first of all, can you explain why you had different speakers rather than one female and one male voice, and how they read them? Were there differences in the emotion and intonation that they read them with?
Yes, thank you for the questions. In terms of where I selected the questions, the requests from, yes, the requests are the same for both experiments. The only difference is the first experiments, they were written and they were 19. In the second one, they're just less, because otherwise it would require too much time to participants to listen to all the stimuli. And they were selected from 2 corpora of Russian spoken language, so they were not invented examples. For me, authenticity was the most important thing in this experiment, like how people actually speak. So I selected sentences from spontaneous interaction. The 2 corpora are the speech of the Moscovits and one speaker's day. They were the corpora already existing, and I just taken the utterance from there. And my criteria was to select as like formulations of requests as more different as possible. So direct request, indirect request, different formulation, different context. So for example, childcare and home environment, or speaking to friends, speaking to in very different environments. So this was the criteria. And in terms of the selection of the speakers, I thought that if they listened to the same voice only, maybe it wouldn't be as revealing. I wanted to have also, like I had participants from Ukraine, from Estonia, from Russia, so I wanted to have different voices so they wouldn't be repetitive in this sense, and I could compare better. And the male and female version of the same requests, they were similar because the sentence was similar, the background of the speaker was similar, but I didn't ask them to pronounce them in a specific way. I did not let them listen how the other speakers did it, because I thought that this could compromise the authenticity of the recording and on the performance. I asked them just not to read, so that it was not like me reading a written text, but just to pronounce it as spontaneous as possible. So of course I am aware that this can be both a positive side, but also a limitation of the study, because it's not like when we take one recording and we manipulate it and we make exactly the same and gender is the only variable. Of course, they had some spontaneous peculiarity. They did maybe more pauses. They talk faster, one of them. So this can compromise. But I wanted to keep authenticity as much as possible because I deal with spontaneous interaction and I wanted the recording to be spontaneous.
Well, thank you. I'm afraid this is all what we have now in the terms of time. So please, our next speaker, Kapitolina Fedorova.
How it works? I need to... green. Oops. And back. Okay, yes. Okay, thank you very much for being with us today. And I will talk about very distant country, South Korea today. And also that's my personal history because I used to work there before moving to Estonia already almost 6 years ago. And country very dear to my heart. So I continue to do some research on what's going on in Korea, and I cooperate with my colleagues there. Actually, this study was conducted in collaboration with two of my colleagues from Yonsei University, Gyeongsang National University, Nam Hee-hyun and Kim Kim-bora. And also, this is not just a research by itself. Actually, it's part of a big publishing project, which I'm co-editing with my colleague and friend Vlada Baranova, and it's our attempt of decentralizing the Russian language. So we are hoping to publish maybe already this year or next year. The manuscript is already accepted for publication by Routledge, and the book will be titled Decentralized Variants of Russian and Their Speakers, World Russians. So we try to represent Russian not as a language of Russia, language of Moscow, language of white ethnic Russian people, but as a language spoken by very different people in very different countries and in very different ways. So this study I'm talking about here is about South Korea and how Russian is used there. And it's very different from what we can find in Russia, but also from we can find in Estonia and so on, because that's the main point of the book, to show how it works. And that's briefly how my presentation will look like. Some very brief information about background of migration to South Korea from post-Soviet space, and presentation of several aspects of the use of Russian in South Korea. It's a presentation on linguistic landscape, in public use, in digital space, and then actually what happens with the language itself in the result of this, its use by these different people, as I will show. And my conclusion is on I'm trying to answer the question, who are Korean Russians? Russians is a quotation marks, it's not, it's important. So about background, about this post-Soviet migration to South Korea. Now, well, Korea still is very much monolingual country with very monolingual language ideology, but foreign workers are playing more and more important role in the economy and also in culture and society, and also there are a lot of, there is a separate issue, but a lot of so-called multicultural children from the mixed marriages or children from migrants who moved more or less permanently to South Korea. And of course, vast majority of these migrants, they are well, mostly, of course, there is a high-end migration with people in IT, in some in education sector and so on, but also a very, very big proportion, they're just manual labor migration. And predominantly they're from Asia-Pacific countries, China, Vietnam, also Malaysia, Philippines, and so on. But 8% or like over 100,000 people from the officially registered foreign nationals residing in South Korea are citizens of the post-Soviet countries, Uzbekistan, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, but also Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and so on, Moldova. Why officially registered is important? Because nobody knows, and illegal immigration is very high because many people come as tourists, many people come with student visas, but in fact they stay, and well, I will show you how it works. And by default, these Russian-speaking migrants, those people who use Russian more or less regularly, they can be divided in different groups, but these groups also are not exclusive of each other, they also intersect. So there are but they are also different, there are differences in their legal status. Because there is a group of so-called Karyo-Saram or Korean. These are descendants of Koreans who moved initially in the 19th century to the far east of Russian Empire, and then in 1930s they were forcibly relocated to Central Asia mostly. Some were deported and some were relocated, and that's why since 1930s there was a quite big Korean minority in all Soviet republics in Central Asia, especially Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, also in Kyrgyzstan. And of course, over the decades, most of them, they underwent language shift to Russian, mostly, not to local languages, but to Russian, because that was the most desirable language. And yes. And then, starting from the 1990s, they get opportunity to come to Korea on a special type of visa. So they are not eligible for getting citizenship, but they can get special kind of visa for Koreans overseas, Korean nationals, not Korean nationals, but ethnic Koreans from other countries. There is a very big group from China moving back to Korea, and also people moving from Russia, Kazakhstan, and so on. So they are like separate thing. Of course, there are speakers of Russian as a first language, Russians, Ukrainians, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, who also underwent language shift, their parents, their grandparents, and for them Russian is their mother tongue, or maybe they are fully bilingual in languages, so, but they are also L1 Russian speakers. And also there are L2, 3, 4 speakers of Russian from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, and so on. Those people who use Russian as one of the language in their linguistic repertoire. And in linguistic landscape, we can see, well, again, Korea is very monolingual in terms, if you just go around, in most places you will see Korean, and some bits of English, and in most cases these bits of English do not help you much, because they are, well, they're not for information purpose, but more for symbolical purpose. But there are a lot of so-called ethnic enclaves, or national villages, they are called, even if they are just district in the city. Koreans like to call them villages, and where other languages are used. And in many cities, there are areas where Russian is used, or used to be used, as a lingua franca and the main foreign language. One of such And there we can find a lot of different interesting cases. This one, for example, is from Busan, the second biggest city in the south. And you can see here, there is a fashion store, well, closed now, called Chanel. Chanel written in Cyrillic. Well, why not? And, and it's also big size clothes. Actually, in most cases where you don't have like a real European brands, but so-called European brands, the main distinctive feature is that it's big size. Yeah. Well, no, you know, not Korean size, but big size. And at the same time, over there is a place, cafe or like nightclub called Gavань, and it's called like Heaven, and it's Тихая гавань. Peaceful haven. So it actually it's a use of it's like very, very internal code, because it's use a quotation and popular expression in Russian about some place being a safe place. Basically means safe place. Тихая гавань. Another interesting example is this. It's from Seoul. From also this district where Russian is a lingua franca. And you can see here that they suggest internet connection and mobile internet, SIM cards, and they suggest that they can do it if you have ID card, passport, if you are a tourist, and also for illegal immigrants. You can see it's in the open. Nobody cares. In Russian, in the open, yes. And you can see everything is just in Russian. It's the way. But also, there are very interesting cases where Russian actually is merged with the other languages, and not only in terms of like real language contact, but also in what can be called graphic mimicry. Here, everything is written in Russian, in Cyrillic, but the script itself is mimicking Arabic script, and it's just лепешки, тандыр, самса, пельмени. Тандыр, самса, again, it's Uzbek dish, but more or less like Russian. So Russian, but at the same time, it's family. So it's English. All kind of blends of name blends. Cafe and Mart, and Mart is actually a Korean word because it's not because English market turned into Mart in Korean. So yes, that's how it works. Another good. So Russian is actually lingua franca, and it can be used to express all these post-Soviet identities, post-Soviet cultures. So this is Asia Uzbekistan restaurant with also Uzbek name. In Russian is the longest. Welcome to the restaurant of Uzbek cuisine Asia. And also Korean name, also Asia restaurant, and so on. And it's also interesting because you see, it's quite interesting that the place itself calls itself Asia. I mean, for Uzbekistan, regarding to Korea, I mean, who is Asia here, right? Well, but still. So you can see that even this use of Russian linguistic landscape, it shows that actually it's very, very blended identity. It's not just Russian. It's Russian with a flavor, different flavors. In public use, Russian is used sometime in education. There are schools where up to half of the students are native speakers of Russian or other languages, not Korean speakers, because migrants tend to live in quite close-knit communities in the same place, and their children attend school together. And in this case, there are also Russian language maintenance classes for Russian speakers, usually in Russian, even if children are from, I don't know, Uzbekistan. And also there are official media, like radio stations, and another important public sphere, where public domain where Russian is used, are churches. There are Russian Orthodox churches and Protestant churches. And just examples from school materials. Again, it's in Korean and Russian, and this is the story of two Karosaram children. Mm-hmm. It says 6 minutes, 17 seconds here. Yes. Or this one is Russian-speaking church. It's not Russian church, it's Russian-speaking church of Jeshua in Ansan. Jesus, and it's interesting because the official title is Yeshua, but here it's Jesusa, so they can't decide. Well, of course, Russian is also widely used in online communication. We studied different Facebook groups where people use Russian. There are names also are very interesting because they're called like Together in Korea, Live in Korea, Ours in Korea, and so on. Quite a lot of these names, they underline this idea of being together. And actually that's a place where all these different Russian speakers communicate. People with Russian as L1, L2, L3, people of Korean origin, and so on. There are also, in addition to these broad groups, there are also ethnic-oriented Facebook groups like Kazakhstanis in South Korea, or Kyrgyzstan, or Ukrainians in Korea, or Uzbeks in Korea, and so on. And also in many of these groups, Russian is used, sometimes alongside with other languages. There are just some examples how they look. So basically, usually they somehow connect Russian, Korean, and something else in their identities. And if we talk about specific features of this Korean Russian, how this linguistic hybridization happens, again, I will show just some examples. Of course, mostly it's going on lexical level. There is a lot of insertions, lexical insertions from Korean, but because again, languages are so different, some interesting stuff happens there. This example is example of attempt to use Russian by city officials, and evidently it's some kind of attempt of translation done by non-native speakers, because the language itself is technically, grammatically correct, but stylistically very inappropriate. It's too beautiful, too sophisticated. Like, сброс мусора является преступным деянием. The word деяние is so high-level language, very poetic. It's not something, or also it can be in a law, but in official law, but not in instructions in the street. And these are what happens a lot on like this grassroots level. That's advertisement of selling or renting apartments, and there are different examples of probably the most interesting cases are the use of word apati, which obviously is from English apartment, but now it's Korean word, and now so it's a Russian Korean word. So it's moving doing the whole way. And the same with one room, which becomes another Russian word. One room, not the same as one room in Russian. probably most typical and most loaded with Korean loans are everything which deals with work. Advertisement about work. For example, this one, those of you who even are native speakers of Russian, are proficient, very proficient speakers of Russian, probably have a lot of problems with this advertisement because, well, I couldn't understand it before I studied and started to study it because they use a lot of strange Korean words. And here is the most popular such words that we calculated in use in Telegram channel. So mostly they are like normal Korean words, but used as terms and become specific meaning. And also sometimes they are also new words, not Korean, not Russian, but something in between. It's not here, but for example, they have shipun. The word shipun, which basically in Korean means 10 minutes, shipun, 10 minutes, but it is used as a break. So in advertisement you can see shipun 20 minutes. So 10 minutes is 20 minutes, yeah, but that's unique. Well, so about conclusions, who are these Korean Russians? There is just one quotation from video done by Koryoin. He's ethnic Korean from Russia, from Rostov, basically living in Incheon and doing, it shows a lot of interesting words like Arbeit, from German Arbeit, but it's Korean word meaning some side job. So doing what you do not is a constant job, a permanent job, but sometimes. And the most interesting thing for me here is that he used the words hanguks. Hanguk is a Korean name for Koreans, and Russians. There are only hanguks, no Russians, meaning it's a good job because, well, hanguks won't work in any hard, dirty work. But also, and he talks about language barrier, you can sprechen, he used German words, sprechen in English. По-английски можно шпрехать с ними. At the same time, he talks about himself as a Russian. And just imagine what would Russians in Russia, in Moscow, tell him about him claiming being Russian. Okay, but that's about what actually it is. It's because Russian is used as not just a lingua franca, also a language of this new collective identity, people who are united by the language and by their post-Soviet origin. But actually what happens with the language itself, with people, it's just fascinating for me, and I hope you liked it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have time for maybe one short question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You have microphones. Yeah.
So I was wondering, because we saw landscape, what about the soundscape? Did you hear Russian a lot or in some specific areas? And
yes, of course. Russian is heard a lot, and sometimes you can definitely understand. These are tourists from Russia, well, in tourist places. They are tourists from Russia. They are people from Central Asia, sometimes from Ukraine also, because there is another interesting, there is around 300 or 400 people who emigrated from Ukraine to Korea after the start of the war in 2022. They are also Karyosaram, they are people of Korean ethnic origin, Russian native speakers from Ukraine who moved to Korea. So that's a lot of interesting combinations. Yes, but actually, yes, Russian can be heard. Sometimes it's even used in some advertisements, announcements.
Well, thank you. It's so, very rich presentation information. So yes, and Ina Adamson, the floor is yours.
plus miinus. Oota. Joystick. Kohe, ma näen. Ma proovin praegu. Sinna. See on, nii, ma näen. See on alla. Ei. Mis asja? Ei, kohe. Ei, kohe sealt saada niimoodi, kui edasi liikuda, siis tagasi. Sain hakkama. I am in Adamson from Tallinn University, and I will present a report about language contact in Russian language in Estonia. We come back to Estonia now, on material of media sources. Particular attention is paid to spoken language in media, such as television and radio programs. I feel, but I will start with introduction. Why these materials was chosen? This is in this slide is presented information about in which way, how is collected by different researchers language material about Russian language, specific Russian language in Estonia during the long period. You can see from 2007 till 2024. Yes, the author of this message, I collect also lexical items and constructions that can consider regularly used in Estonian Russian language in the text, particularly. From 2009. The number of lexical items currently amounts is just over 300 regularly used, not regularly more. They are mainly terms from the public sphere, names of goods, services, etc. I collected and published on the blogs the two sources where you can see which materials they are. Some examples I presented further on in other conferences. This material I have mistakes. It's not Estonian but English translation, of course. There are a lot of insertions named in Russian linguistics, but like barbarisms, but in contact linguistics insertions. Loan translations like инфочас, дружественные цены, опорное лицо. It's very it's not exist in metropole Russian language, in general Russian language. Hybrid borrowings like поляхмели, закиливать, пихвики, помытлить, etc. It's no regular and only in spoken language. And the material which is collected is also entered in dictionary in Estonian Language Institute. Vene keel Eestis, it upgraded and updated now also, and I collect the examples of using language. Two examples, eine Punkt, and I present now only small examples from this dictionary. The other way for the methodical basis for collect materials is a broad range of materials needed, including spoken language, not only in the text. For example, in the text, in this slide, I mean the one speech day is very difficult to collect. I said that in my comment. And then I decided to collect from media. No, there are some examples from internet where can meet some examples from local using of Russian language. I think that another effective method what is actively used in the analysis of spontaneous speech are media broadcasts. For example, very good material is to analyze dialogues between hosts and guests. In my view, it provides valuable material for advancing research. For example, I collected some, not a lot of examples, but when you see a radio TV set, for example, you can meet some regularly used words. For example, isikukood. In Russian speaking in Estonia usually this word instead личный код. Личный код is using only by journalists, for example, official people, but official persons, but isikukood irregular. Also, I fixed, for example, no театр Südalinn on normal, vabakutseline kandideerovать in last year. Next example, piparkook. Piparkook is also used very regularly. One translation was about piparkooks. Piparkoki in Russian language, piparkoki. You can see, for example, here a screenshot. It's also written here piparkookov with kaks o, like in Estonian. For example, from TV translation. The second TV translation, which was monitored regularly, was Svoja Pravda. Once one true on ETV Plus. This is this one discussion program. It has broadcasts since 2019 and comprises 9 seasons. And using a random sampling method, 6 episodes were analyzed, one from each year till 1925. Yes. Each episode was 38 minutes long, and total was watched 232 minutes were viewed. The program features 4 to 6 guests who are experts in otherwise closely connected to the topic with each episode, and also a studio audience, invited viewers, some of whom may related to the topic and have the opportunity to speak during this discussion. For example, one episode, Time to Leave, Baird 2019, from Jupiter. It's used such words like põhiseadus on Russian speaker viewer. I divided in 2 groups. Russian speaker viewer, there were also Estonian speaking viewers. Училась в Keele Kümblus, частная школа Keele Kümblus, Harjuskam raion, normal. Okay. Next episode examples. Терпеть не могу, I can't stand it. Some of the guests were native speakers of Estonian. Participants occasionally switched also to Estonian in this translation. The utterances were translated into Russian via simultaneous voice-over. See examples below. info@volinik.ee, Estonian speaking expert. CV, Estonian speaker guest. Usually in Russian in Estonia I use CV, but Central Russian, Metropole Russian used or not from Estonian resume. Resume, CV in Russia. I saw resume. I have a paradoxal moment with this moment. I wrote resume, misent the CV. Okay. Episode Tourism between the past and the future. Между прошлым и будущим. Estonian speaking guest used next word which not exist in Russian language, but I must to comment. Falseerima, it doesn't exist in Estonian. Falseerima. I control it. Фальшировать. But okay. Не можно дигитальное решение, интерес, etc. Examples from other episodes Своя правда. Russian-speaking participants. You can see on this slide. When it's pure code copying is written on Estonian, Cyrillic is used when used like Russian variant, kohtutäituri, hybrid variant. And also English word girlfriend, etc. So, document. The other part of my report is devoted to radio translation. For example, radio program «Женская сила», Women's Strange. It's very convenient to analyze because it's only limited amount of translation were from 9th August 2023 till October 2023. Each episode is 45 minutes. Okay. In the distinctive feature for the program is intercultural context. It's produced with the Russian language media environment of Estonia. Invited guests may include both native speakers of Russian or native speakers of Estonian who speak Russian. The guest represented the following professionals, the field of activity. For example, director, pilot, factory director, air traffic controller, etc. Different types of people. Examples of insertions from the Estonian language. You can see on this slide. Perefirma, Kultuurkapital, Kaitseliit. Candidate is also from his in Cyrillic written here. It's written like a loan word from Estonia to local Russian, but candidate is not pure Russian, not pure Estonian also. There were also episodes from which had 0 examples from loan words. Conclusions. The analysis of spoken language in Russian language media in Estonia demonstrates several types of contact included phenomena. It's possible to group to the code copying framework. It's global copying, for example, lexical insertions. Most frequent type of the insertion of Estonian lexical items into Russian speech. There are administrative and institutional terms like Töötukassa, Riigikogu, Maakohus, Konkurentsiamet, everyday and social nominations, isikukood, vabakutseline, südalinna. Südalinna is a name. You can no name in other way. Insertions are largely unintegrated or minimally adopted and reflecting the socio-linguistic dominance in Estonia in the institutional domain. Yes. And second group is selective copying. Hybrid formations is a smaller group, consists of hybrid form combining Russian and Estonian element, like кандидировать, for example. Кандидеримо, кандидировать. Yeah. This case indicates structural influence from Estonian and Russian and demonstrate partial integration of copied material on the recipient language. And third part group is code switching, situational switching to Estonian to interactional contexts, especially when Estonian-speaking participants are involved. Speakers may switch to Estonian. You can see details here. And fourth group is functionally motivated insertions, language awareness. Across all types, the use of Estonian elements is not purely automatic, it may serve. Reference to local realities, indexing to institutional specificity, construction of social identity, etc. So these phenomena reflect not only structural contact, but also language awareness and speaker agency. The data shows that Russian language media discourse in Estonia is characterized by systematic interaction between Russian and Estonian. You can detail read here. And my reference, my works and works of other researchers, which was used for this report. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And we have, yes, one moment. We'll have time for discussion. Some questions, please.
Thank you. I have a very short question and then the basic question. So the first question for me is, what would be the correct Russian version for kandidirovat? Because as a person who has grown up in Estonia, for me it seems perfectly natural.
Выдвигать кандидатуру.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
So lacune, yes. Really, it's used. I controlled in corpora also. Yeah.
So something like that is ballotirovаться, I think.
Ballotirovаться,
if from political post. But otherwise, well, you wouldn't say if you are applying for some position in a company, you wouldn't say that.
And the basic question is related to pronunciation, because when we consider such words as isikukood, piparkook, keelekümblus, Kaitseliit, were they pronounced in the Estonian way, or were the vowels actually made shorter? Because if I reflect on my own use of those words when I speak to Russian speakers, actually in Russian we do not differentiate between short and long vowels. And actually I do pronounce them isikukod, piparkook, keelekümblus, Kaitseliit. So were they also pronounced in this way that vowels were made short?
Russian way.
But it depends, because there are different speakers. I've heard both.
Okay. Okay.
For example,
I mean, is written piparkook.
So it follows the spelling. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether you found more of an influence of English as well in the Russian spoken in Estonian, or is that just not part of your focus?
I searched only Estonian influence, but Russian English influence is, of course, exists. One of my students investigated in one school Russian slang in our school. Some were from English, not from Estonian. From games, from... Sorry, doesn't exist also in Russian, only in this small group. Yes.
Anybody else? More questions? Comments? If no, thank you very much. And we have a break. Yeah?
Okay.
So we have to start, I think. Dear colleagues, we have to start. So our next presentation is by Anastasia Rõko. Alessandra Tetsi is in Tartu, I suppose. So the floor is yours.
Good evening. Yes, I and my colleague were from Tartu, from Slavistic department, and I'm very pleased to present our study at this conference. And our research focuses on a particular group of Russian speakers in Estonia, and we look at their multilingual repertoires and the ways how they negotiate their heritage identity. So let me begin with the very short history of old believers in Estonia. They arrived from Russia in several waves, mainly as a result of religious persecution, and most researchers agree that permanent settlements were established along the shores of Lake Peipsi in the early 18th century. So, for 3 centuries, all believers lived and live in this region and relied mainly in fishing and onion farming. And their long connection with the lakeside environment played an important role in shaping their way of life. Their lifestyle is also strongly influenced by religion and tradition. Linguistically, they spoke a variety of Russian that was closely related to Pskov dialects. This made them different from the surrounding Estonian-speaking population. But at the same time, long-term contact with Estonians, of course, led to various kinds of linguistic influence, including lexical borrowing. So taken together, shared history, long-term settlement, religion, and language played a central role in shaping old believer identity. Some sources suggest that the Soviet period brought a partial disruption of the traditional old believer way of life. Policies such as Russification and anti-religious campaigns, of course, affected the community, especially in its religious practices. Today, old believers are not longer concentrated only around Lake Peipsi. They are dispersed across Estonia and beyond. This reflects migrations during the First Estonian Republic, as well as during the Soviet and post-Soviet periods. As a result, together with the growing mobility and globalization, some key components of old believer identity may have become less central. These include attachment to the Peipsi region, the traditional dialect, religion, and aspects of the traditional way of life. At the same time, a shared sense of history may still remain important. It can be preserved through family narratives, also through cultural associations, research, and tourism initiatives. This brings us to our main research questions. First, do descendants of old believers retain key identity components? Here we focus on 4 elements: space, language, religion, and shared history. Second, if these elements are retained, how are they reshaped by individual experiences and life trajectories? And Third, what role do family and community narratives play in this process? In this study, we focus specifically on the identity formation of all believer descendants. How did we approach this question? We began with the method of body mapping. This method is useful because it doesn't simply ask participants to list the languages they know or use. Instead, it links languages and language varieties with personal experience, biography, and everyday life. Each participant received a schematic image of human body. They were asked to use different colors to mark the languages they use or associate with themselves. After that, we asked them to explain their choice, why they took particular colors, and why they placed a language in one part of the border rather than another. This was followed by a semi-structured interview based on questionnaire about all believer experience. In these interviews, we asked about family history, household practices, language use, religious and cultural memories. This methodological approach fits well with the concept of chronotope, which has been used in sociolinguistics to connect language, space, and time. The basic idea is that identity is not produced on only one level. It works across several levels at once: linguistics, interactional, social, and ideological. Following Bahtina, a chronotope can be understood as a meaningful configuration of time and space. In sociolinguistics, especially in the work of Blomert and others, this idea has been used to show that each communication is always situated. People speak from within a particular time, space, context. This is especially important for our study because all believed identity doesn't appear only as a stable label or as dialect or language use. It also appears through memories of places, family histories, religious practices, and imagined links with their past. So the concept of the chronotope helps us understand how inherited memory and present-day multilingual experience come together in participants' narratives. Our participants, the first set consists of 3 participants, 24, 33, and 38. Aged, they differ in educational background, in language experience, in special mobility, and in religious experience. The second set also consists of 3 participants. They're all in the same age group, around 18, 19. They also have a more similar background. All of them attended Russian language schools with Estonian language immersion. They have more similar special and religious experience. They all live in Tartu and spend their summer holidays in Peipsi, in Peipsi region with their grandparents. And all of them have attended specially organized summer camps for all believer children. Today I will focus mainly on the first group. The second group was recorded just recently, so its data-right analysis is still in progress. However, I will refer to this material when it helps us to identify main patterns. three in the questionnaire, we started from several key components of Old Burial identity, shared history, space, religion, and language. But in the interviews, three themes emerged as especially important. These were language, religion, and the image of the old believer. Language. The modern maps, you can see them, reveal several dimensions of the participants' identities. They show language practices, but also feeling connected with different languages, different places, and different periods of life. Here we can see an important contrast between participants. The first two participants, A and B, show a broader multilingual and international repertoire, and both have a philological background. This matters for two reasons. First, their education naturally expands the number of language they mention. And second, it makes them more likely to include on the body map even languages we do not use actively in everyday life. But they include languages they have studied at university or elsewhere. What is especially striking is that there is almost no explicit reference to Old Belair identity. We expected this identity to appear through dialect or through a specific family or community language. But this does not really happen. Only informant B mentions Church Slavonic. Even in this case, it is not presented as part of everyday language use. Instead, it is associated with church services and the childhood memory. When she was around 12 years old, she was being prepared to sing during Old Believer service, and an elderly woman taught her to read Church Slavonic texts. So at first glance, the body maps suggest an almost complete erosion of Old Believer identity. This second set of interviews gives a similar picture. These participants are more homogeneous, and their body maps include the same three languages, Russian, Estonian, and English. This seems to reflect a typical repertoire for young Russian-speaking people in Estonia today. Russian for family and everyday life, Estonian for the wider social and educational environment, and English for education, media, mobility, and global youth culture. At the same time, despite the decline of the traditional Old Believer dialect, the informants are still aware that it existed, and they are associated mainly with the older generation. Informant B says that all the Old Believers speak in a distinct local way. She describes this through a specific vocabulary and what she calls a particular accent. We don't know what does it mean. Informant A gives a more detailed linguistic description. She associates the Peipsi region dialect with a mixture of Estonian and Russian, and gives several characteristic local words. For example, she mentions forms such as Pirashki raskhanulis, Parkovan, and so on. Informant C does not give specific examples, but she is still aware that her ancestors spoke a distinct variety of Russian. Religion and related practice. All informants identify themselves as all believers, but all believers mainly through baptism and family background, rather than through active religious practice. Most of them had some contact with religious life in childhood. For example, their grandmothers sometimes took them to church services, or they saw their relatives praying at home. But the meaning of these rituals was not always explained to them. They often knew what to do, but didn't always understand why. But they still have an emotional and cultural connections to old believer practices. But today they rarely take part in church life. And the next important item. All the interviews show how participants imagine a typical or true old believer. They often call them old believer. And of course they distinguish between themselves and true old believers. Who is old believer? He is described as elderly, religious, more closely connected with religious practice. So they attend church, they pray at home, they observe fasts and so on. But the image of old believer is described as is not only religious. Old believers also described as hard-working people. And everyone notes that this hard work is particularly well demonstrated in their onion growing. That is because our respondents also took part in onion gardening as children, so they understand the nature of this work very well. Then, old believers are disciplined and do not allow themselves luxuries. They're capable of surviving in any conditions, sometimes even thanks for their cunning. Then, they're kind and helpful. The participants do not usually see themselves as true believers in this stronger sense. But they speak about the elder generation with warmth and respect, and all of them say that they would like to pass this tradition on to their children, even if their own knowledge of it is limited. So the true old believer becomes a symbolic figure. It is not exactly who they are today, but it helps them to make sense of their family past and their inherited identity. So to conclude, do descendants of old believers retain identity components? Yes, but partly. Dialect is no longer present in everyday use. Religious practice is no longer central in daily life, but these elements have not disappeared completely. They're preserved as a symbolic and emotional resources, especially through family memory, shared history, emotional attachment, and sense of origin. How are these elements reshaped? They're reshaped into a more flexible and hybrid identity. The informants connect old believer heritage with their own life stories and with contemporary multilingual experience. This is why they describe themselves as old believers by tradition. And about the role of family and community narratives, of course, they play a central role. Family stories preserve cultural memory, shape the image of the true old believer, and help transmit old believer identity cross generations. So the main point is this: Old Believer identity is not simply preserved or simply lost. Rather, it is reinterpreted. It becomes less visible in everyday life and language use, but it remains as a family memory, symbolic heritage, and a way of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have some time for questions, comments, please. Yeah?
Thank you for the interesting presentation. At the beginning, you said that, of course, they don't live only on the Peipsi Lake area only. I was wondering, where did your informant live?
They live in Tartu.
All in Tartu,
Tartu,
because I was wondering if where they live also might play a role. And
but we know that the descendants of Old Believers lived in United States, in Russia, in Tallinn, everywhere.
I was wondering if it played a role.
Namely Estonian Old Believers.
Yeah, is identity preservation. Any others?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's really interesting. I'd love to hear more about your second participant group. Just from your impressions, do they seem different, or do they seem like they're mostly reflecting the similar sorts of patterns that you've described?
The second set, they are students of Anna-Lena Gymnasium the last year. All of them studied in one school. And all of them have grandparents in Peipsi region. Their parents are not very religious, and Old Believer tradition associate with their great parents who live in Peipsi area. But they visit Peipsi area, they communicate with this old generation, and what seems to me very important, they all want to transfer this tradition to next generation.
Yeah, please.
So, thank you. So, is it right that you first said they are mostly like second generation? So their parents were more into tradition?
Their parents celebrate Old Believers' holidays.
Mm-hmm.
They don't pray at home. They don't observe fasts. Only holidays celebration, but what is important, what becomes a marker of tradition, for them is very important to celebrate these holidays according to Old Believer calendar, rather Lutheran one.
Mm-hmm. So basically they behave more like Russian Orthodox. I mean, not people who really observe, but like
it's very interesting, this opposition between Old Believers and Russian Orthodox. Some participants of the first set accented that Old Believers are opposite, but for the second set, there is no difference.
But what I mean, that's just a lot of, most 99% of people who claim to be Russian Orthodox, the same, they go to church once a year for Easter.
Of course.
They paint eggs and.
But our participants do not contact with Russian Orthodox, and their surrounding is Estonians, first of all. And for them, there is an opposition, Lutheran and Old Believers.
Thank you. So that's and the next presentation. Kaja, Irve, please.
Hello. Let's see. Thank you so much for still being here. It's been an intense conference, so I'll tell you what I need to tell you about a topic that hasn't been so much discussed here. You can ask me some questions, and then I'll go. So I'm here to tell you about the Kalake toolkit for identifying language disorder. I was here in the same room 2 years ago talking about the tasks that we developed that were ready for norming, and now we've finished the norming process, and we're ready to release the toolkit to be used by speech and language therapists, which is very exciting. And unfortunately, I'm here on my own, but of course, I've been doing this work together with other people. So Marika Padrik was here yesterday, but couldn't be here today, and Adela Vaks has been the coordinator of this project. Liisa Rikanson has supported us with statistical analysis. So I will give you a little bit of background about bilingual language assessment, tell you about the toolkit that we've developed and the norming process, and tell you what the results of the data that we've gathered and the norming phase of the project. So, as I think most of you know, multilingual development is different from monolingual development. I think we focus often, when we talk about this, we focus a lot on the difference in input quantity, because of course, children have the same amount of hours in their day, regardless of whether they're bilingual or monolingual. So a bilingual child for each language will have less quantity of input for each language. But what we also need to bear in mind is that the quality of the input is also different, partly due to the quantity being different. Means we have sometimes fewer different sources of input, fewer different speakers, and different types of language that children are exposed to, and all of that matters. So if, for instance, we have children who are exposed to Estonian beginning with their entrance into preschools and only have educational context for their Estonian input, then that, of course, affects their language skills as well. Developmental language disorder is a long-term systematic language delay that manifests without any other biomedical conditions. And it's an impairment in language processing and acquisition. So it's not an impairment in language skills, but of course, the job of educators and speech and language practitioners is to tell the difference between a child whose language is not at the level of their peers because they've had less input than their peers, or whether it's because of language processing issues. So the assessment instruments that are used for this are usually normed on monolingual populations, and that's sort of a double problem because bilingual children have different language skills than monolinguals, as well as being even more heterogeneous than monolingual children are. They have differences in terms of their background, in terms of their language exposure, in terms of their language skills, and so it's really important to support speech and language therapists in making assessments and in being able to support children who need that kind of support. And it's risky for these reasons to compare bilingual development to a monolingual baseline, and this becomes especially important when we talk about norms. So for the speech and language therapists working in kindergartens or preschools and schools, they're drawing on a complex set of skills in any case to assess the language skills of children. They need especially especially sensitive experience and skills to use assessment, to assess multilingual children, especially if all they have are assessment tools that are based on monolingual children. Ideally, assessment of bilingual children will be based on both of the children's languages and using instruments that are normed on bilingual populations. And of course, used by practitioners who have appropriate description and appropriate training in the use of these tools. So that was the aim of this project, to develop these tools for Estonian. Because there's been growth in numbers of children in the Estonian education system with home languages other than Estonian, and there are various reasons for this that have come up through the last 2 days. There are standardized tests that are available for identifying DLD among children whose first language is Estonian, but there were no tests available for children learning Estonian as a second language. So we developed the bilingual children's language skills assessment instrument called Kalake, from kakskeelsete laste keeleoskus, which means fishy in Estonian, hence the fish. And Marika Padrik has led this project. It's been funded by the Estonian Education and Youth Board, and it's based on a set of tests that have been developed by the Litmus network, Language Impairment in a Multilingual Society. So these are specifically developed for multilingual children and specifically developed as tests that are available in multiple different languages. Some of the tests have been developed in 20, 30 or even 40 languages, but most of them haven't been normed and aren't widely accessible in the different languages. But so we didn't just translate the tests, we adapted them to the Estonian context. And we're now ready to train speech and language practitioners starting in May for using these tests. So the toolkit consists of 4 different tests. First of all, a vocabulary test, cross-linguistic lexical task developed by Eva Hamann and colleagues in Poland, together with a wide network based on the Litmus network. And the vocabulary test, of course, vocabulary is very closely tied to knowledge of a specific language. So this is tied to language exposure, and for the Estonian version, it measures specifically knowledge of Estonian vocabulary. On the other hand, the non-word repetition task, where the child hears words with the phonological structure of the language, but that don't make actual sense or that don't correspond to actual words in the language. It's fairly independent of language knowledge. It measures language processing ability, so phonological memory, representation, production, and articulatory skill. And the benefit here is that it can be used with children with DLD, but also children with very little exposure to Estonian. So this can be used as a task even for children who maybe are entering the Estonian school system and don't have experience with Estonian. Then the sentence repetition task is similar in that it measures language processing ability, but it also taps into linguistic knowledge. So it's a combination of the two. These are sentences that are long enough so that the child can't just simply mimic it back without understanding it. It involves language processing. It involves the ability to decode and comprehend what's heard, and then to semantically analyze it and to reformulate the sentence that was heard. So it draws on lexical, syntactic, and semantic knowledge in the language, as well as these general language processing abilities. And because we've used these litmus tasks, we're able to have the sentence repetition task in Estonian, as well as the sentence repetition task in Russian that was developed by Natalia Mir and colleagues. And this measures the same skills as the sentence repetition repetition task in Estonian, but in the home language of the children, since the Russian-speaking or the bilingual population in Estonian is comprised in large part by Russian-speaking children. And the important thing here is that children with developmental language disorder will have problems in both languages. So if the sentence repetition task scores are low in Estonian but high in Russian, then the language difficulties they're having are in acquiring the second language, not in DLD. If they're low in both languages, then that's a good indicator of developmental language disorder. So here's just a little more information about each task. The vocabulary task involves both naming and comprehension. Each of those has 2 subtasks, nouns and verbs, so it's 4 subtests altogether with 30 items each, so 120 vocabulary items. The non-word repetition task has 36 items, and they're based on Estonian syllable structure, Estonian Estonian phonology. Each item is 2 to 4 syllables. The sentence repetition task has 30 items with 10 different structures. So those are things like conditional sentences, negative sentences, modal, impersonal structures, and it includes both items that have been shown to be challenging for DLD children cross-linguistically in general, as well as specifically to Estonian. And then the sentence repetition task in Russian is comparable. It has 30 items, similar length items as the Estonian task, and we borrowed the items from the Russian task that's been developed and used across multiple countries, but we re-recorded the stimuli with an Estonian Russian speaker, and made new illustrations to match the pictures in the Estonian task. The Estonian task has a bear moving through the landscape to motivate the child, and the Russian task has a dinosaur. I'll show you the pictures at the end of the presentation. So the norming task, in the norming task, we need to find out whether these tasks distinguish between typically developing children and children with DLD among both monolinguals and bilinguals. And we want to know the difference between each of the subtasks as well as the whole toolkit as a whole. So our whole norming sample included 465 children, 265 bilingual children, and 200 monolinguals. The typically developing bilinguals were successive bilinguals who'd started learning Estonian when they entered preschool. The developmental language disorder group was smaller and more difficult to find, and so some of them are simultaneous bilinguals. The ages we were targeting were 5 and 6 year olds, so we have from 4.5 to nearly 7 years of age, and the gender balance is roughly equal, although not in every single group. I think I'll skip over this. Okay, so the results look like this. So for the CLT task, which tested vocabulary, which you'll remember is language specific and tied to the extent of language exposure, it did what we expected it to do. The monolinguals are nearly at ceiling. The monolingual typically developing children are nearly at ceiling. The DLD monolingual group is significantly below the typically developing group, but above the bilingual typically developing group who's had lower exposure to Estonian, although there's quite a wide variety in terms of their performance, and the DLD bilingual group scores below the bilingual TD group. We can see differences between the monolinguals and the bilinguals, as well as the typically developing and DLD children. For the non-word repetition task, it looks quite different than the CLT. So the monolinguals and
the monolinguals and the bilinguals look more similar here. The typically developing and DLD children show clear differences, but in fact, there isn't such a big difference between monolinguals and bilinguals. So that shows that the non-word repetition task is tapping into non-language specific language processing ability, which is what we expected it to do. Sentence repetition task, which you'll remember is tied to both language knowledge and language processing ability. Again, monolingual, typically developing children are at ceiling, so it's age appropriate. DLD monolinguals are significantly lower. It distinguishes nicely as well in the bilingual group between typically developing and DLD children, but here the typically developing bilinguals are performing slightly above the DLD monolinguals. And now you remember that we also had a sentence repetition task for in Russian for the bilinguals. Obviously, no monolingual data for that. And here, the bilinguals are not completely at ceiling, but they're much closer to ceiling, and there's a really stark difference between the typically developing kids and the DLD kids. And you see that it's actually a very similar picture as the monolingual Estonian kids. So one interesting finding here is that the bilinguals, even though we expect their input to be less than monolingual input in both languages, really in Russian they look like monolinguals. And we're actually looking at in another study comparing Russian bilinguals, Russian heritage language speakers in Estonian and a bunch of other countries. And the Estonian group looks closest to the monolingual Russian speakers of all the different groups. So that's interesting. So in vocabulary knowledge, monolinguals, the sort of monolingual, typically developing children perform above monolingual DLD children, and then come the two bilingual groups. Whereas in the two repetition tasks, we get a flip between bilingual, typically developing children and monolingual DLD children. So we have the typically developing children first, and then the DLD children following them. These involve language processing skills, which are impaired in DLD children, both monolinguals and bilinguals. And the monolingual and bilingual DLD children were scored very similarly across those tasks. These are the correlations between the tasks. They look similar in the monolinguals and bilinguals, except that the bilinguals also have the Russian sentence repetition task. You can see is the extra task in the bilingual group, which we didn't expect to correlate highly. But the strongest correlations are between the sentence repetition task and the other two tasks in both the monolingual group and the bilingual group. This is just for you to see what the scores look by age. There's some improvement with age, but the age range is quite small, so we didn't look at that. And in fact, for the norms that we published, we investigated whether age would be a useful data point to add into the diagnosis or the output of the task. And in fact, age doesn't help much. What does help hugely is the use of the Russian sentence repetition task. So you can see, looking at the sensitivity and the specificity of the toolkit, for each task, there are differences. Overall, for the bilinguals, the sensitivity, meaning how well the task identifies DLD children, it's lower for bilinguals than for monolinguals. And the same is true for specificity, meaning how accurate it is for identifying typically developing children. But when you combine it with the Russian sentence repetition task, so you can look at the scores across Estonian and Russian. In fact, we have better results for the bilingual population with 98% sensitivity compared to 96% sensitivity for monolinguals. than the monolingual group. But what's nice is that this is a task that we developed for the bilingual population, but it can be used as well for the monolingual group as a fairly easy, quick toolkit that can be used as a first stage for assessing developmental language disorder. But no single test in this toolkit is sufficient. The most reliable result clearly comes from the combined test scores. There's reduced rates of false positives and false negatives, and yeah, no single test score is sufficient. The Russian SRT scores, the sentence repetition task scores, are really important for identifying DLD. This means, you might ask me about bilinguals with other home languages. Well, this can be used for them, and it's good to know what the norms are, but this is a huge advantage for the bilingual population in Estonian that we have access to the Russian SRT. However, the Kalake test toolkit doesn't replace the existing language tests that we have for 5 to 6-year-olds, because those are much more detailed in terms of describing what the children's language profile is and for helping speech and language therapists actually set goals for therapy and more detailed intervention plans. And that brings me to the end. So thank you to the Education and Youth Board, to Meri Tallap, who's been involved in the compiling of these tests, to the speech and language therapists who helped with testing, to my 2 children who helped do the drawings for the sentence repetition tasks, and all the students who've been involved in testing kids and writing theses on the project. And thank you for listening. Happy to hear your questions.
Yeah. Thank you. We have short time for questions. So. Everybody is exhausted after a long day, but still, yeah, please, if you want.
I do not have a question. I just want to say thank you for doing this work, because I think it's so important, and even recognizing the problem, it was important, but doing actual, toolkit, that's amazing. Just thank you to all of your group, and thanks.
Thank you for saying that. It's a joy to be involved in something that has such clearly practical value. Yeah.
Just wanted to ask, would this test be available only for speech therapists or for wider audience?
Yeah, that's a good question, really. This test is going to be, as far as I understand, the test will be available only to people who have gone through a training session to use the test. And that generally means speech and language therapists, but it's not limited to speech and language therapists, but it means that it's not openly available for reasons I'm sure you understand.
Do I understand it correctly that this test is mainly meant for children who have one language at home, they're like monolingual, and that they start kindergarten, like Estonian kindergarten? Or could it be applied to those children who have multilingual or bilingual family?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, it can be used for children with any kind of bilingual profile, but it's true that it's been normed on successive bilinguals, mostly successive bilinguals, and so it would be interesting as a follow-up to see how much that matters in terms of how well these norms work. Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else?
I have not a question, but a comment, because I've discovered that actually my child also participated in piloting that. And she told at home that it was fun, it was like a game. So a compliment to you that actually the material is also enjoyable for children.
Oh, that's really, really lovely to hear. Of course, all the participants are completely anonymous.
No, but this is Estonia.
At this point. Yeah, right.
If there are no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for Well, thanks to all the presenters and to the audience.
And thank you to the organizers. Yay.